Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the City of Oxnard Planning Commission for Thursday, April 6, 2023. This meeting will come to order at 6:02 p.m. The public may view the meeting from home on the city's website, Spectrum Channel 10, Frontier Channel 35, or on the city's YouTube website. To participate in the meeting, the public may provide comments to the Planning Commission via email at planning@oxnard.org no later than 3 p.m. on the day of the meeting, or through the city's website at oxnard.org/citymeetings, or call the Planning Division office at 805-385-7878. Additionally, those wishing to speak can dial the phone number listed at the bottom of the screen. Follow the instructions to access the meeting and press star 9 to raise your hand, indicating your intention to speak on the agenda item being discussed. Madam Secretary, can we please have the roll call?
Chair Araujo,
Here.
Vice Chair Stewart,
Present.
Commissioner Chavez,
Here.
Commissioner Nash,
Here.
Commissioner Sealsdorf,
Here.
Commissioner Connolly and Dr. Lopez are absent, and we have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. We will now move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Commissioner Chavez, will you kindly lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Thank you, Commissioner Chavez. The next agenda item is C, public comments on items not on the agenda. At this time, a person may address the Planning Commission on matters within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission, including information and consent items, and any time not appearing on the agenda. The Planning Commission cannot take action on any item presented during public comments that is not on the agenda, and such item may only be referred to the Commission Secretary. Persons wishing to speak on public hearing items should do so at the time of the public hearing. Madam Secretary, are there any public comments for items not on the agenda?
We have none.
Thank you. The next agenda item is D, consent agenda. The only item D1 is the approval of minutes for January 5, 2023. The minutes were distributed with the agenda packet. Are there any corrections to the minutes for January 5, 2023?
Chavez moves.
The approval of the minutes are moved by Commissioner Chavez.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Nash. Madam Secretary, can we have the roll call, please?
Commissioner Chavez,
Aye.
Commissioner Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Sealsdorf,
Aye.
Vice Chair Stewart,
Yes.
Chair Araujo,
Aye.
motion passes.
Thank you. The next agenda item E, ex parte declarations for public hearing items. Please state any ex parte declarations, if any. Commissioner Chavez.
Thank you, Chair. The only one ex parte for item F3. I spoke to Maria Navarro, who is in support of the ordinance, but it does not, under any circumstance, prevent me from being unbiased on the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chavez. Vice Chair Stewart.
Thank you, Chair. None.
Thank you, Commissioner Nash.
Under item 3, I did have a phone conversation with Barbara Macri Ortiz.
Thank you, Commissioner Nash. Commissioner Zilsdorf.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have none.
Thank you. And for myself, I had conversations with Ms. Barbara Macri Ortiz and Ms. Maria Navarro, and it will no way influence my decision-making for that item for F3. Thank you. Now we will go to section F, public hearing. Agenda item F1, Vista Real Charter School, Planning and Zoning Permit number 22-520-02, Special Use Permit, a request to allow operation of a charter school use within an existing two-story, 16,425 square foot building, Woolworth Building. The proposed school currently occupies approximately 12,800 square feet of the building and is located at 401 South A Street, Suites 1 to 3 and 8 to 10, within the downtown core downtown core zone. The proposed hours of operation for the proposed use will be Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. Project will have 20 employees and 65 students, filed by Tracy Woods with Learn for Life on behalf of Vista Real Oxnard applicant. City staff for this item is Juan Carlos Torres, Associate Planner. Does staff want to provide a summary or additional analysis at this time?
Yes, good evening, Chair Arrejo and members of the Planning Commission. The Planning Division wants to inform the members of the public that after working with the applicant prior to today's meeting, a memo to the commissioners was circulated, which included changes to the conditions of approval. The changes to the conditions of approval are as follows. Condition 39, subletter A, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, M, N, and O. The word shall was replaced with should. In addition, condition 39, subletter C, the word residents was replaced with staff and students. And subletter K was removed from the conditions. Condition 40 was modified to read as follows. The site should be equipped with access control systems that shall restrict human access to semi-public areas of the site. The areas considered semi-public shall include the building lobby. Condition 44, the word shall in the first sentence of the condition was replaced with should. And the previous subletter E, now subletter T, was modified to read as follows. The security plan shall identify all the components of the access control system, their location in a chart that identifies each instrument with an alphanumeric with the device name, make, and model. The access control system shall provide site access to authorized persons by site staff. New subletter V was added to condition 44, which reads as follows. The lobby shall be designed to limit access to staff and students' work area via the access control points and prevent entry via counter hopping, prop open doors, and other means. Also, condition 44, previous subletter G, now subletter W, the word shall was replaced with should. In addition to the changes to the conditions of the Planning Division received a few questions from the Planning Commission in regards to if the city can forgive the unauthorized expansion of the use and if the city had imposed any penalties or fees or fines to the use. The answer to those questions to the Planning Commission, the process of the SUP will bring the unpermitted use to compliance with the Oxnard City Code. And currently, the Planning and Code Compliance Division has not imposed any penalties or fines to the existing operation of the charter school. And with that, we're here for any questions, and as well, their applicant is here for you guys to answer any questions, if you have some.
Thank you, Mr. Torres. If there is no objection from Planning Commission, we'll have the applicant present at this time if they would like to. Thank you. Thank you very much. If you could just please state your name for the record, and you have 10 minutes.
Hi, I'm Tracy Woods with Learn for Life Corporation. We have been in the Oxnard area, in this area, for 14 years in this location.
If you could pause, right. Is the microphone on? It looks. And we'll give you back your time. If you could reset at 10, please.
Do I hold this thing? Okay.
Okay, thank you. Please continue.
Okay. We've been in this location for 14 years, and it's been very supportive by the community. We have a very good following, and we've had good expansion in the area and good community engagement. We also have our principal here to speak as well, and she can tell you a little bit more about our culture. But really what we're doing is we're going to sprinkle the building and bring our use to the E use per the recommendation of the planning department. And we'll also have full FLS monitoring in that, and then all the conditions that were set forth. We've also met with the police department on the conditions today, our team did. And Scott had previously walked the site, and then he had some questions which we addressed. And then today we also did a walk with him and addressed some other concerns that he had and discussed strategy on those. So Trace Simi can speak to that if you'd like.
Good evening. My name is Trace Simi. I'm Vice President of Facilities for Vista Real Public Charter School. I've been with the organization for about 19 years, so I was the person that worked with the building owner to initially not only secure occupancy, but work with his consultant, Elizabeth Callahan, to comply with all the codes throughout the years. In meeting with Mr. Swenson this morning, the biggest concerns that remained were obviously the access controls to the lobby area. He was happy with the camera systems and the location of the camera systems. The ideas that he had, we were quick to implement. The caveat being we need to bring in the fire department to talk about those access controls because it changes the egress patterns of the building. We want to make sure the right hardware is on the door and that sort of stuff. But the plan is to bring in Identimetrics, which is a software that takes the student's fingerprint so that we make sure the kid that comes in the building is the right student to come in the building and not somebody that grabbed somebody else's ID and shouldn't be in the building. And then additional to the thumbprint scanner, that will then buzz them into the building. The other software that we were talking about bringing in was a program that will check the I'm trying to find the right way to say it, the background of the visitor to make sure that if there is a student coming in to enroll their student, they're not in some federally registered database or that kind of stuff. I believe Raptor is the program for that. So anyway, he was happy with a couple of things that we were going to bring in, and we were looking forward to working with him to make sure that the ideas that he had kept the kids as safe as possible while still being able to move this forward with the planning commission. And I'm here to answer any questions specifically that might come up to his recommendations, if you have any.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. At this time, members of the Planning Commission may ask questions of the applicant and/or staff. Commissioner Chavez.
Thank you, Chair. For our staff, I'm looking at condition 40, and can you just explain to me exactly what we consider semi-public? Because when I consider semi-public, I think a mail room is semi-public. You know, a few of these spaces could be considered semi-public.
Well, this condition was drafted by the police department, Scott Swenson, but I think that the meaning behind having the areas semi-public is any areas that are within the building, but that are not part of the actual class areas. So in this case, will be the entry points of the facility.
Okay. I'm going to be completely honest to staff and the applicant. I'm not even sure what this project is like really asking of us. Because even the description in the agenda doesn't even tell me what the project is asking for. So can I just get some quick clarification as to exactly what we're looking at?
Yes, so Commissioner Chavez, I can respond to that. So the request before the commission today is to allow for the school use. In our downtown code, private schools or public schools, but in this case, a private school is subject to a special use permit. The original facility that went there was for the offices for the Vista Real. However, they then converted that to the actual school. However, because a special use permit was required, they weren't in compliance with the current and previous code. So that's what's before the commission today, is essentially to bring their school use into compliance with the regulations.
Okay, so for 14 years, I believe it was mentioned that they were at that facility. Nobody said, hey, you're doing something wrong?
I don't believe it came up until a inspection was conducted, and realized that the classroom facilities were there. And then at that point in time is when the work began to bring it into compliance with the requirements for a special use permit.
Okay. I guess the other part that I'm just trying to figure out is that why we're putting so much of an emphasis on security on a school where public and other private schools don't have those same constraints. Does that make sense?
I think if,
So I guess what I'm trying to say is that all of the conditions that were brought before us right now and read by our city staff is talking about a security plan. And if we're trying to bring an SUP up so that they're legally conforming to being able to operate, then why is the focus only on their security plan versus their actual operation?
so Commissioner Chavez, the security conditions are just a part of it. There are conditions regarding the actual operation of the school itself as well under the planning conditions. Also partially because the school is within a existing building and there's not really any exterior changes or improvements that are being made. So there's a limited amount of other things that we would be conditioning on a project like this. So we're really focused on the school use itself and kind of the interior changes that are taking place. So again, there are some other conditions in there, but the conditions that were modified, and that was one of the key ones that we did go back and forth with the applicant on, were the security ones, but there are other conditions in there related to the ongoing operation of the schools as well.
And I only bring that up just because we're talking about, it was mentioned fingerprinting in order for kids to get in, and not even our public schools do that. There's private schools that don't do that. So I was just curious about that. For the applicant team, I'm curious. I'm sorry, Mr. Roselle, did you have something?
Yes, I think we need to look at this in a little bit different way. This is a special use permit. Normally, schools are not subject to these regulations. As an example, the Del Sol High School, which is being constructed right now, we as a city do not make determinations on their safety plans on these other factors. This is different in that this school is located in our downtown, is located in an existing building, and it's a conditional use, so they cannot go there as a matter of right. So based upon that, the city has the ability to impose reasonable restrictions as has been laid out. The school did not follow the rules, the city's rules, and they illegally turned their administrative offices into a school. So now, after the fact, we are taking those steps to ensure that this is a safe operation, something that we have the legal right to do because this is a conditional use. So this is somewhat unique. Normally, it's not something that would be imposed, but because it's in our downtown core, because it's a school that is subject to these regulations, we have the right to do that. And based upon our police department analysis, these are steps that are important to protect the students. You know, as you know, our downtown does have homeless issues, and we want to ensure that the students are protected and that there is safety for both the staff and the students. So this is trying to balance all these factors together.
So I have comments against that, Mr. Roselle, and I understand and I appreciate the information, but I'll save those comments for deliberation so that we don't have a back and forth. For the applicant team, just a couple of questions, and anyone can take it. The students, this is not a traditional school. Students are more like independent study. They visit once or twice a week and then they go back home?
Correct. It's an independent study school. Our students are required to attend 2 appointments per week. The appointment times are approximately just under two hours each. So we have a set schedule of which students are on campus at any one time. And the vast majority of the work that the students do will be done at home. And I'd also like to add that the majority of our students that enroll with us have been not successful at their traditional comprehensive high school. So our average age of student that enrolls with us is 17, but by credits, they are considered freshmen or sophomores. So we also have a high number of students who have been suspended or expelled from their traditional school, and this is really the last chance for them to be able to get a high school diploma. So that's kind of like a snapshot of our school. We also have parenting students who are allowed to bring their babies to campus. So our program is really unlike any other in the area.
I just want to add, we've got about 6 locations in the Ventura County, right? It's not the only one in Oxnard. We're at 5000 C Street. I know that we just went through the planning department, or at least building and safety, for some plans for that as well. I will say in the 15 years or so we've been in that location that our program has evolved. 15 years ago, we were one-on-one. You came in and you met with your teacher, just the 2 of you. You took your test on the materials and then you left. You were there for an hour. And we really associated ourselves as Sylvan Learning Center. So when staff says we operated illegally, that makes me upset. We went through and got every business license. We had every fire inspection. We did everything right for the last 15 years. But as our program evolved, things changed. We did pick up space. So when they said, golly, things have changed, we said, fine. If we need to go in and we need to change our use, we'll work with you to do that. Fine. If we need to put in a sprinkler system to keep the kids safe, we will do that. Fine. If we need to work with your police department to make sure our kids are safe, we will do that. But keep in mind, Mr. Swenson, that we have 80 locations throughout the state. So if I listen to 80 police departments, some of them with good ideas, some of them with not, I'm no longer a corporation doing things the same way, right? I'm capitulating to individual demands that may or may not make sense throughout the state. So we worked really hard, not only now, but throughout the years with staff to make sure that we were doing things the right way. We've always been an above-board organization, and I don't appreciate being called out that we did it inappropriately. The building owner worked with their consultant, Elizabeth Callahan. I don't know if you're familiar with her or not. She's been with the city for a long time and done a lot of other consulting. And we really did try to work throughout the years with the city as best we could.
I have a question, because that kind of sparked something else for me.
Please.
How many times have you come before the Planning Commission or the city for this particular site, the Woolworth building? Because I feel like you guys come before us before on the Woolworth building.
If we did, it would have been through Elizabeth Callahan directly. And again, I go back to, years ago, it was, as Oxnard was being redeveloped, there were very specific rules about where you could and couldn't go. First floor, second floor, and all this other stuff. And because of the layers of complexities with this, the building owner felt that it was appropriate that his consultant managed our use through the city.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Chavez. Vice Chair Stewart.
Yes, question. Now, our normal, and I don't want to say this is not normal, but our regular, let me use that term, schools are all operated as special districts, is that correct? Like the high school, Oxnard High School, and all those other schools that exist in this, they're not part of the city because they're special districts, is that correct?
So, Vice Chair Stewart, they are part of the city, but they are, they do have their own school districts, and then they are regulated through the state under that. So the public schools fall under, except their own districts, and they do have state regulations that they have to comply with.
Right, as opposed to, so because this is a charter school, it's actually operating directly within the city, and that's why we have the special use permit. And that's why all these others, fire and police, and so other regulations are being required. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. private schools.
Okay, so do we have a charter school set of rules like we do for some of the other things, like clubs? We have a certain set of rules that the police department enforces, and you see them time and time again as we, open up various clubs. Are charter schools operated that same way? In other words, is there a standard set of rules and regulations? Because I heard some things also here tonight that I hadn't heard before for other charter schools and so forth that have come before us. Or is it just each one is handled differently?
Vice Chair Stewart, each facility is a case-by-case because the location may be unique. However, we did process a private school. Unfortunately, I don't remember the street, maybe a year or two ago. And these conditions are similar to the conditions that were placed on that one, which was down, I want to say, like South Oxnard area. There's another private school that came before the commission for the same special use permit. So again, the conditions do change over the years as we update our conditions of approval. But we do try to be consistent in how we apply them to the businesses as they come in.
So all of them, or the ones that are coming up, are all going to have ID scans for fingerprints? Is that a standard practice? In other words, what I'm trying to figure out is, are there standard practices across the board for, like in a fingerprint scan, for them to get in? Or is that something brand new that hasn't been done before?
So, Chair Stewart, like that specific technology is not a requirement here.
Okay.
So one of the changes that Mr. Torres went through was changing a lot of those shalls to should as a way of being more flexible in what the city was requiring. So they're working with Mr. Swenson from our police department to implement these conditions, but we did go through to remove those shalls so that there is additional flexibility. So again, that specific fingerprinting or that technology is not a requirement of this condition. However, we do encourage that to encourage safety at that school. So we want to be more flexible on what type of technologies that they use, and we really just wanted to lay out a plan and recommendations that we think would be good for, again, improving safety at the school.
Okay. I guess my concern is children are important and their safety is important. But then again, the charter school, I guess I'm concerned that the burden that's on them shouldn't be so overwhelming if things are not necessary. And if that's the case that it is necessary, it should be standardized. And I guess that's what I'm just looking for. I think that's the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Stewart. Anyone else on the commission? I have a question to staff and to the applicant team. I'm concerned more so on the process in regards to the permit. It was not, I don't know what the actual term, it was non-legal or this is to legalize something that was not approved. And I'm concerned that it's not equitable to other projects or applicants who took the time and have had delays for months or even years to come before the Planning Commission. In your opinion, do you think you're setting a standard that we're going to be papering over the mistakes and going forward? Or what's your opinion as staff in regards to that?
So, Chair Rejo, I think at this point we're working with the applicant team to essentially move the project forward. So, again, we're coordinating with them. They've been working with us to bring the site into compliance. So they are, again, still subject to any of the requirements that any other facility would be subject to at this point in time. So I think, again, at this point, we're just looking to move the project forward with the applicant and bring it into compliance to moving forward.
Thank you. And follow up, if the permit isn't approved, what would be the effects, if any, immediately or in the short term?
So again, the special use permit is required for the school use to operate. So if the use was not approved tonight, then the school essentially would not be able to operate. The applicant would be able to appeal the determination to the city council. But again, they would ultimately need a special use permit to continue the operation of the school.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pearson. There's no other questions from the, Commissioner Chavez.
I had a question that just popped into my head. How do I word this? I'm not gonna try to word it. We have certain sites that get grandfathered in because new policies or ordinances come into play. Now, this use was occurring before the 3 core rings of downtown, the ordinance came into place. Wouldn't this use get grandfathered in because, again, we have other facilities in different parts of our city that have been grandfathered in and are not being asked to come up to compliance. They're called, what is it, illegal non-conformant compliance? I butchered that.
Legal non-conforming.
Legal non-conforming, yes.
So I'm wondering, why isn't this one being treated the same way? Or what's our timeline for when something gets grandfathered in when a new ordinance or a policy comes into play?
So, Commissioner Chavez, still going to use that. When it comes to designating something as legal non-conforming, it requires that the use at one point in time was permitted or was legally operating. In this situation, we did go back and we looked at the prior code, which governed the downtown area, the central business district, and under that code, a special use permit was still required. So from the beginning of the operation of the school, the special use permit was required, so they were never conforming with any version of the code. So that's why they're still subject, or they wouldn't have been given the legal non-conforming status because they were never conforming. So that's why they are still required to come in and receive the special use permit versus in the case where, somebody was operating when a special use permit was not required, then they would be able to maintain that under the legal non-conforming status. But again, in this case, they were never given that legal non-conforming status.
I appreciate that information. Now, you may or may not know, and we might have to ask the applicant team, were inspections done on this facility knowing that it was supposed to be operating as like a school, administrative offices, before knowing that students were going there? Fire, security checks, whatever, building inspections. Were those being done? And then if so, how many times, whether it was annually or once during their 14 years?
Commissioner Chavez, unfortunately, I don't know, all the details. I do know that this was raised as a result of a fire inspection, but I don't have the details on how often or when inspections were occurring. But I know that there was a expansion and that did trigger additional inspections, and then that is what triggered them having to come in to obtain the special use permit, or the city becoming aware of that and then working with the applicant to bring them into conformance.
Who triggered the expansion? They did.
Yeah, there was an expansion into I believe it was the ground floor, and maybe they could explain that a little bit more, but they expanded into the ground floor area, which was previously like I can't remember the name of it, but some type of restaurant or cafe that was down there. That they then expanded into that area, and then there were additional inspections, and then that is kind of how we ended up here today.
When was the expansion done?
That I will.
That was back in 2018.
2019?
18.
So from 2018 to 2023, we allowed them to operate like that and didn't try to bring them to conformity?
My recollection is that they have been, the fire department has been working with the applicants trying to bring this up to the code. And that was one of the reasons that it was brought up to the planning division so we can, work with them in trying to get this special use permit.
Typically, how long does that take? Because we're talking about, what, more than 5 years? Do we typically take that long in order to bring someone up to conformity?
So Commissioner Chavez, so we did receive the application in 2022. So unfortunately, I don't know the details of that entire time frame, but typically, no, it wouldn't take that long to get somebody into conformance. But like I said, unfortunately, I don't know the full history there.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, for indulging me in my additional questions.
Yeah, of course. Commissioner Chavez, if there's no other further comments or, questions from the commission, Madam Secretary, is there any public comment?
None.
Thank you very much. Okay. And are there, well, I guess we don't have to do that. Are there any closing remarks from staff, if you'd like to make any? Okay.
No.
Thank you. We'll now move on to deliberation. Commissioner Chavez.
Thank you. I'm an old guy, so I got to say my comments quick before I forget them.
I apologize, Commissioner Chavez. I forgot to close the public, I forgot to close the hearing to public comment. I'm doing so now, and please continue, Commissioner Chavez. Apologies.
You startled me. So here's my concern with this particular project. For the past 14 years, it operated at its current location. In 2018, it went on the radar of our city as being a concern. Now, comments were made from our council, and this is not a dig at you, Mr. Rosell, but just pointing out some of the comments that were made, that because we have homeless in downtown Oxnard, that this private school, this charter school, needs to take these safety precautions into place. And when you made those comments, it made me remember that when I was working at Driftwell School, there was homeless hanging around the school site. But again, the public schools don't have those same requirements. Public schools are different than private schools. They can build wherever they want because they don't answer to local or regional, they answer to the state. Charters and private schools, they're at the will of whatever city they establish themselves in. The concerning part for me is that, and our vice chair kind of made this comment of setting the wrong precedent. And I feel like that's what we're doing right here for this project. It concerns me that they were able to operate for so long and there's no repercussions for that. There's no fines. It's, well, submit your application and we'll give you a SUP. But at the same time, in 2018 to now, we kind of didn't really mess with them. They filed their application last year. So I guess ultimately it comes down to, is there an urgency that they're operating and providing the service to students that their home schools weren't able to assist them? And that we want to keep them safe, that we want to keep the business operating because it's providing that gap between the homeschool and the students learning? Or are we saying that it's not an urgency? Because when I see 2018 to 2023, there's no urgency. But now we're saying You have to have cameras, you have to have access points, key cards, whatever, fingerprinting. It's worse than my school. My school that I work at, it's ED, emotionally disturbed students. We have key fobs. That's it. But we're saying a charter school where students are electing to be on independent study that at most are there for 2 hours, whereas my students are there for 6 hours. I'm not really sure how to go with this project. I support the fact that they are doing a job to assist the students so that they can get their diploma, that they can continue their education in a different setting compared to the traditional way. But at the same time, I'm wondering why there are no penalties for them operating for so long without being a conform. I know it sounds crazy. I'm all over the place with this one, but this is a hard one to try to determine. I'm hoping that my fellow colleagues can help me sort it all out. But as of right now, I don't have a stance on this project. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Chavez. Any other members? Vice Chair Stewart.
Just a quick question. I see some other Vista Real charter schools, one in Port Hueneme. Well, I see several more than that. Are those all y'all schools? Okay, so there's a bunch of them. 6 of them. Okay, I see those. My question is, are those also all, I guess, following various rules in the various cities, or are they pretty much conforming to the same standard?
If you could wait, sir. Vice Chair Stewart, if you could just roll this into your deliberations, I'll let you leeway on this question. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, I guess I'm
You
just
can go
trying-
ahead, sir. You can answer his question, and then he'll roll into deliberation. Thank you.
Okay.
Sure, yeah. So as was, rather than a traditional public school that goes to the DSA, we do have to go through each individual municipality's interpretation of what an independent study public charter school is. In this case, Camarillo, the Port Hueneme is actually in Oxnard, so we would have been through there, and none of these requirements came up when we went through that location. Same thing with Simi Valley and Ventura as well.
All right, thank you. I guess in my deliberations, I'm trying to get a handle on what was said by Commissioner Chavez, that, in other words, this has been going on for a while. There's other schools that are out there too, which I can see here, with a variety of different standards, or perhaps, I don't know how I want to say it, able to do certain things. And so I'm trying to take that all in as making a decision which way to go with this. But it's not like a single school, oh, I'm surprised, but it's something that you in the business. And so I guess I'll hold my comment from there.
Thank you, Vice Chair Stewart. Commissioner Nash.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate Commissioner Chavez's comments on this. He illuminated some aspects that I honestly had not considered. But for myself, I don't want to get caught up too much in the past. I want to focus on what we're being asked to do, and that's to approve the special use permit. And that's what I'm prepared to do. So I hope I'm not glossing over some deeper problems with this project, but I don't know if they're in if they're necessarily in the purview of this commission tonight. So thank you for the chance to speak, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Nash. Any other members? So with this project,
No,
excuse me, sir, we're in the deliberation
I'm the
portion.
building owner. I was just going to answer a question.
Okay, apologies, sir. So with this project, I think I already alluded in my questioning to staff that I had a concern leading up to a problem in regards to the fairness, the equitability to other projects. I think there were a couple who were emotional at all the restrictions that had to be put on them before they were able to open with the public safety in regards to making sure that the residents of Oxnard are safe and that whoever is going to go there, that the city of Oxnard can back that they were, if they followed all the conditions, that the city and anyone who visited the city, including those who would normally be using the site, are going to be safe to the level that we are able to provide and ensure. And so the fact for me is that, actually I do like the addendum that gives some leeway in regards to the security. So I will partially disagree with a couple of commissioners in regards to increasing that safety, at least in my opinion. However, just in terms of the process, it doesn't seem fair. It doesn't pass the sniff test, and it's going to be unfortunate if the permit happened to be denied at this time with the Planning Commission. I do appreciate that we shouldn't be looking at the past, but if you use that as some type of history of what could happen in the future, are we sure that conditions of approval are going to be followed then in the future if they haven't been done any time in the past 5 years? That's a bit harsh, and of course we can allow some leeway. As of this time, pending no further comments, I don't know if I can say I urge the Planning Commission to vote against this, but I plan not to at this time. Thank you. Is there any comments from the Planning Commission? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion. Commissioner Nash.
Let me go back to the revised. I would move that we follow staff's recommendation to find the project categorically exempt from environmental review, to adopt the pertinent resolution, and to make sure that we include all of the suggested edits on the conditions of approval.
Thank you. It has been moved by Commissioner Nash to go with the staff's recommendation to find the project to be category exempt from environmental review pursuant to CEQA Guidelines 15301 and adopt Resolution 2023-XX approving planning and zoning permit number 22-520-02, subject to certain findings and conditions, including all the changes that were in the addendum and as described by Mr. Torres. Is there a second?
I will second it.
Seconded by Vice Chair Stewart. Is there any further deliberation on this motion? Seeing none, Madam Roll Call, can we please, Madam Secretary, can we please have the roll call?
Commissioner Nash,
Aye.
Vice Chair Stewart,
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez,
Abstain.
Commissioner Seelsdorf,
Aye.
Chair Arejo,
No.
motion passes.
Thank you. Moving on to public hearing F2, CarMax Expansion Project, Planning and Zoning Permit number 22-550-02, major modification to PZ 10-500-11, special use permit, and 22-310-05, lot line adjustment merger The proposed project includes a development proposal to demolish an existing 38,854 square foot industrial building and related site improvements to allow for the construction of a vehicle storage yard to stage vehicles sold by the CarMax Automotive Dealership. I'll dispense with the rest of the description. If there's no objection, the city staff is Brenna Wengert, AICP Contract Planner. Does staff want to provide a summary or additional analysis at this time on item F2?
So, Chair Rejo, I would just introduce Brenna Wingert, who's one of our contract planners with CSG. So she's helping us on a couple of different projects, including the one before you today. So I will hand it over to her, but I have no additional comments at this time.
Hi, good evening, members of the commission, chairman. My name is Brenna Wengert. I'm a contract planner with CSG Consultants. I'm very excited to be working with the city of Oxnard. I have no further comments at this time, but I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wengert.
And Chair Rejo.
Yes, Mr. Pearson.
The applicant team is available as well, if you have any questions for them.
Thank you very much. If there's no objection from commission, we'll have the applicant present at this time. Did you have a presentation?
No, I was going to be brief real quick.
Okay, brief or not, you have 10 minutes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, and thank you for having us. My name is Brian Pulsifer. I work at CarMax as part of our design and development team out of Richmond, Virginia. To be brief, CarMax is in need of storage space, vehicle storage space at this location because it is a high-performing store for us. So this new site gives us that availability. Now, to be clear, we are not expanding the operations of our store, so this will just be to give a little wiggle room at our current location. So we will be looking to demolish an existing building, pave, secure a lot, and then connect to our existing lot. And we have the team here online and in person to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, sir. At this time, members may ask questions of the applicant and/or staff. Commission.
Sorry.
Mr. Pearson.
Sorry, I did want to jump in really quickly. I did remember that we, in working with the applicant, staff did agree to one change to the conditions. Under condition 51, there's a requirement that the developer shall contract with a Native American monitor. However, this condition, in working with the applicant, we were okay making the change to say, if recommended by the phase 1, which is required under condition 50, that they will contract with the Native American monitor. So essentially, the applicant is required to prepare a phase 1. There will be recommendations as part of that phase 1. If there's a recommendation that monitoring be provided, that would then be required under condition 51. So it's, sorry, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. President, you're saying this wasn't disseminated to the commission before today?
No. So
is there a possibility, that was a little bit complicated, is there a possibility that we can have this presented on screen?
Yeah. So unfortunately, it happened kind of right before the meeting, so we didn't have a chance to prepare that.
Okay. I think we'll continue for the time being. I'll probably ask you again during close-up after the public comment if you could simplify what you said just for when the motion is made. Thank you very much, Mr. Pearson. Commissioner Nash.
Thank you. I guess this is for anybody, and I apologize for asking the obvious, but the retail used car function will continue at this site. That's not going away.
So, Commissioner Nash, sorry, I thought for a note.
No, the retail is going to continue at the existing CarMax site. This site is essentially to provide more space to park the cars that are either awaiting distribution, they've already been sold, they're basically in process, but the existing facility is still going to operate as it is.
Thank you for that. And I looked, but I never saw that in the report, and it's probably my failing. But I just wanted to clarify that, so thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Nash. Any other members? In regards to either staff or to either staff or the applicant, I see that there is a driveway, at least in the engineering site plan, that's being planned if this permit is approved. It's on the southwestern side of the site, west of Williams Drive, obviously on the north end or northern part of Lockwood. Is that going to be temporary, or is that going to be permanent? And if so, what do you expect that, what traffic will go there? Is that going to be open to the public, or is that just to transport cars in and out of there? Yeah. Thank you. We'll have you go, sir.
I can speak on that. So that is not a temporary entrance. That will be a permanent entrance, but there will be a secure gate once you enter in off the main road. So that entire new lot that we are proposing will be fully secured. And so CarMax Associates will have access to that gate, but we intend to use the access between our existing parking lot and the new parking lot the majority of the time.
I see that. So just to clarify or to confirm, the public won't have access. It's just really for
No public
internal.
access.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions from the commission? Seeing none. Madam Secretary, is there any public comment requests?
None.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Since there's no public comment, I will close public comment. Are there any closing remarks from staff other than my request in regards to that? I forgot it was condition 50 or 51 now.
So, Chair Reho, just to go back to condition 50, it's condition 51. So the language would stay the same. However, we would just be adding before the word developer, if recommended or required by the Phase 1 archaeological survey, the developer will contract with a Native American monitor to be present during all subsurface grading, trenching, or construction activities on the project site, and the rest of the condition would stay the same. So we're just adding that language at the beginning of if recommended or required by the Phase 1 archaeological survey, the developer shall.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pearson. Do you have anything else to add?
I don't have anything else, and I will ask Brenna if she has anything additional.
Not at this time, thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Now we will move on to deliberation. Commission. Seeing and hearing none, I'm looking for a motion. I'll move the recommended action from staff to find projects to be categorically exempt from environmental review pursuant to CEQA guidelines 15332 and adopt resolution 2023-XX approving planning and zoning permit number 22-550-02, major modification to PZ 10-500-11 and 22-310-05, including the condition 51 as described by Mr. Pearson in regards to before the word developer, adding the sentence describing the Native American monitor. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Nash. Is there any debate on this motion? Commissioner Chavez.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just say real quick and urge my fellow commissioners to vote no on this item for the simple fact that for a while we've been talking about that we want to break away from being a car-centric community, but yet we are going to allow them to increase the amount of vehicles that are being parked and stored and brought in and out of the city of Oxnard. I mean, semi-trucks, the vehicles driving themselves or whatever it may be. I think it goes against what our community wants and what many of the commissioners on this commission has said over the years. And that is where I stand on this. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Chavez. Commissioner Ash.
I'm sorry.
Apologies. Is there anyone else from the Planning Commission? Seeing and hearing none. Madam Secretary, can you please have the roll call?
Chair Arrejo,
Aye.
Commissioner Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez,
No.
Commissioner Sealsdorf,
Aye.
Vice Chair Stewart.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Moving on to agenda item F3, update of the city's inclusionary housing ordinance. The project implements the City of Oxnard certified and adopted amended 21 to 29 Housing Element Program 10 that calls for an update to and codification of the city's inclusionary housing ordinance, filed by the City of Oxnard Long Range Planning and Sustainability Division and the Housing Department. City staff is Kathleen Mallory, Planning and Sustainability Manager. At this time, does staff want to provide summary or additional analysis?
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners. Kathleen Mallory, Planning and Sustainability Manager. Nice to be here this evening. We would like to provide some introductory comments and also introduce our team if the Chair and Commission is good with that. So I'll lead off first with the team before you this evening. We have Heather Davis, who's the project manager. She's remote, and she's the project manager on the Inclusionary Housing Ordinance update. We have Maureen Tomuri, I've got that, the interim community development director to my right. Emilio Ramirez, the housing director, is also here to support and answer any questions that you may have. So this evening, we're presenting the city's proposed draft inclusionary housing ordinance, which represents over a year of collaborative work between the community development and housing departments and the community and the development interests. The staff report highlights the extensive work that has occurred to bring the document before you today. The ordinance represents the city's approach in meeting competing needs, interests, and strikes a balance in bringing forward an updated ordinance to achieve the city's affordable housing goals. This ordinance is one important piece of many pieces that are needed to achieve more affordable housing. This is just one step of many that the city will be taking in the next 8 years to achieve the goals that we all embrace. Additional steps such as studying deeper affordability and updating the inclusionary housing fee study, as well as the methodology within that study, will occur after the ordinance is approved by the City Council in spring this year. This ordinance is the first step towards achieving housing element compliance. In October of last year, the city secured approval of our housing element from the State of California Department of Housing Development. Why I'm giving that full word is because we're going to call it HCD throughout our discussions tonight. That document identified 42 programs designed to address the housing needs of all segments and income levels of our community. The inclusionary ordinance is one of 42 programs within the housing element designed to accommodate affordable housing and remove barriers to affordable mobility. In HCD's review of our housing element, HCD does not, actually I'll start because it's an important point. In HCD's review of our element, HCD did not count an inclusionary housing ordinance towards meeting the city's regional housing needs, or RHNA, numbers. More important components that helped the city achieve RHNA compliance was the availability of sites and the density or capacity of those sites, projected accessory dwelling units, and the number that we projected of using ADUs to achieve our RHNA, and also the numerous programs in the housing element to advance affordable housing Those are just a few highlights of what was important and what HCD certified. The inclusionary housing ordinance is one of many tools to increase affordable housing goals. The city is not dependent on the inclusionary housing ordinance to meet its RHNA goals. In fact, the housing element only includes an objective of 18 lower income units per year. So over 8 years, that's 144 affordable units achieved from our inclusionary housing ordinance. The reason I'm pausing and making that point is this ordinance is incredibly important, and we worked incredibly hard to bring it before you. This is one piece of many, many pieces to get to where we know we need to go, which is over that 8-year period, the lower income number, our RHNA number, is 2,901 units. This is one piece of a very many number of other pieces. So we believe this ordinance before you is a good first step. And I'm going to highlight a few things that are larger changes within the ordinance and just picking up on some of the larger items only. First, the proposed ordinance will increase the current 10% affordable housing requirement to 15%. For rental affordable housing projects, the proposed ordinance will retain the 5% requirement for very low-income households and increase the 5% requirement to 10% for low-income households. For sale affordable housing projects, the proposed ordinance will change the 10% requirement for low-income households, making the new requirement 5% to low-income households and require 10% to moderate-income households. 3 more quick highlights of the proposed ordinance before you. The threshold for requiring affordable housing will be decreased from 10 units to 6 units and more. That will be the threshold for 6 units or more for residential units. The term restriction for affordable housing rental units will increase from 20 years to 55 years. And then we'll create new factors for City Council to consider when there is a request to allow affordable units to be built off-site and when there's a request for in lieu fee payment. So we'll add factors, which I'm going to cover in some of the responses to questions that we received after publication of the packet. So we've received a number of comment letters. They should be all available to the public. We've made packets. We've also given packets to the Planning Commission as we've received comment letters. We just received one just about 15, 20 minutes ago. So that I think that the Secretary Miriam is going to be giving you a copy of that. Great, thank you. So since distribution of the commission packet, we've received comment letters. As a result of these letters, we've prepared graphics to help clarify concepts and ordinance details which might be confusing. For example, how to round up fractional affordable housing units within a development project may be a bit confusing, or how density bonus law is applied, and verification of the provisions of AB 1505 and how we're documenting that we are subject to that pursuant to HCD's website. We have that detail as well if there's interest in seeing those graphics. And that's where Heather will be doing share screen to help give that information. We've also noticed some common themes in reviewing the letters. And I wanted to thank those that submitted letters. This conversation with the affordable housing and market rate developers has been really interesting. And I know I'm speaking on behalf of the team that worked on this. It's been enriched by everyone's participation, and we really do appreciate that. I'll cover a few of the common themes and staff's response to those themes, and then I'll turn over the mic to Emilio for one item and then take it back real quick and then tee off Heather, who will wrap up the final response and some of the common themes. So in terms of the items I'm covering and some common themes that we read in the letters, one is the city should increase the percentage of affordable housing from 15% to 20%. And how, if at all, does that increase trigger the requirements of AB 1505? The percentage issue was considered by the Community Services, Public Safety, and Housing and Development Committee in November last year. The committee supported increasing the percentage to 15% for affordable to lower and moderate income households. Because the ordinance is not the principal means of achieving affordable housing mandated in per the RENA, staff recommended 15%, which reflects a middle ground approach as an affordable housing policy. It also avoids continued delay in ordinance implementation because it doesn't trigger the AB 1505 consultation. HCD, a review of HCD's review of the city's ordinance would be required if the city imposes a 20% inclusionary requirement for rental projects. As HCD's fifth cycle housing element reporting website notes, the city met 43.3% of its above moderate income RENA allocation, which is the time frame governed by the statute, the 5-year time frame governed by the statute. So the trigger for requiring HCD review of our ordinance is above 15% for rental housing if you haven't met 75% of your above moderate goals. We have done 43.3%. Very clearly would require HCD consultation. As I mentioned, the inclusionary housing ordinance is just one of 42 programs. The entire housing element is not solely reliant on the ordinance. So how do we secure more affordable units? That's what we've been working on. That's what gives us passion. This is one of the reasons we love what we do. By implementing the ordinance, working with developers and the development community, as well as the affordable housing community, and creating programs that meet both interests. That's one way we do it. The 15% requirement is also consistent with what is being imposed in other jurisdictions in Ventura County. That documentation is in your packet, as well as what we're seeing in surrounding communities. And we target and we watch that very closely because we want to make sure that we're doing the right thing, not only just for as a comparison to other communities, because obviously we want to be better, right? But we look at, it's not just the percentage, it's the host of programs. It's how your housing element goes through creating programs. I think I've hit it really hard, 42 programs, right? So it's not just the percentage, it's the basket of what you're doing. And there's only 2 communities in Ventura County that have a certified housing element, and that's something we should be very proud of. We have one, and we've done a good job of putting those programs together. The other question that we have seen as a common theme, or comment, pardon me, is the city's proposed 15% inclusionary requirement does not adequately address the requirements to affirmatively further fair housing. It's a mouthful. We're just going to call it AFFH. Program 19 in the certified housing element includes 21 detailed program elements to address AFFH. The ordinance is one program. This ordinance before you is one program of 21 programs to address AFFH. As proposed within the ordinance, the creation of factors for City Council to consider before granting a request to develop off-site or pay an in lieu fee is an example of implementing AFFH objectives to increase housing mobility and opportunities for housing choice. AFFH has been implemented within the proposed ordinance to address barriers to housing choice in moderate and high resource opportunity areas. Factors will be developed and considered before allowing a developer to pay an in lieu fee or construct off-site units, rather than constructing the units on site. So we'll develop factors, and the housing element discusses resource areas and consideration of programs to improve lower resource areas. Those will be considered when developing those factors. Low resource areas, I know it's a strange word. That's in the housing element. That's been approved by the state, and it comes out of something called the California Tax Credit Allocation Committee. Committee. And it's generally areas that have disparities in access to opportunities and disproportionate housing needs, as well as issues of pollution. And there's a number of areas in our community that are low resource areas. So we will be considering that when we develop those factors that will go before City Council. If the city rescinded or didn't adopt an inclusionary ordinance, it would not fall out of compliance with AFFH. There's a number of communities that don't have an inclusionary ordinance, but they have other programs to address AFFH. The ordinance, as I mentioned, is one aspect of 21 detailed AFH programs within the housing element, Program 19, that was approved by HCD to address that specific issue. One other item that was raised, a common theme, and we too share this common theme and common desire to do this for our community. What more can the city do to get more affordable units? There's a number of ways the city can achieve additional affordable housing units. In addition to creating an increase in our inclusionary requirement, the city can increase the number of dwelling units per acre, like we did for the housing element. As you know, we took a bold step. We increased that to a minimum that many communities weren't doing in Ventura County. The city can also develop programs to incentivize development. Examples of that have been done by us as well, and we're getting a lot of rewards from this. That's the ordinance that came before this commission that was approved by council. It's the Affordable Housing Permitted and Affordable Housing Discretionary Program that created streamlined and clear paths to accelerating the production of affordable housing, and we're seeing a lot of wins from that. The city can also develop incentives in targeted areas of the city. Example, and these are all ways that we can get more affordable housing and that we are pursuing and that we are doing and looking into. Examples of that is the city's high-quality transit corridor and business and research park areas of the city, which the housing element specifically targets for creative solutions to elevate density in proximity to resource areas and to improve lower resource areas. So targeted density in specific areas of the community to get more units, to incentivize development, to improve environmental pollutions, to address the needs of our community. We're doing that. We have a program in our housing element, and we're proceeding with studies on that right now. Additionally, the city has committed to meeting with affordable housing and market rate developers on a yearly basis to discuss what's working, what's not working, to achieve more affordable units. The city is open to ideas and options of what inclusionary ordinance is working and what isn't working, and the ordinance before you is a first step, an exciting first step for our community. There was also a question that was raised regarding eliminating the requirements for an equity share and instead shifting the requirements to a resale restriction. Emilio Ramirez, the housing director, will address that, and I'll ask for him to come up now and respond to that question. And from there, Emilio, if I can just take it back real quickly, and then Heather will round it out with 2 responses. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Emilio Ramirez, Housing Director for the City of Oxnard. At the end of ultimately, the decision to impose a resale restriction versus an equity share is one of policy. So we think we can impose it or implement it in whichever way that the policymakers decide to go. Let me offer you a description of each of the two, so that that decision can be considered as you review that potential policy. First, the equity share model is one that is within the density bonus law. That is the document that the state requires in the imposition of the density bonus law. The equity share model respects the homeownership ideal that there is an appreciation in the value of the home over time, and a significant benefit of homeownership is receiving the benefit of that appreciation. Therefore, as that appreciation occurs, there is a share of that appreciation once the home is sold. So if after a certain amount of time the value goes up by $100, then that $100 is split between that original buyer, the seller, and the city. The city receives its share, the share of equity, and then it reinvests in producing additional affordable housing. That's essentially the model of the equity share agreement. The resale restriction is one where it ensures affordable housing long term, where the equity share ensures affordable housing in the first sale and then in the reinvestment of that share for the city. The resale restriction, on the other hand, has an ability to, at the point of each resale, or the point of each conveyance, the city would identify the then resale price, cause it to be affordable of whatever point in time that resale is. And therefore, we control the resale price because we want to make sure that that price at that point is affordable to the household that would be acquiring it. So there are pros and cons in both cases. There's in the resale restriction, the pro of continuing affordability. In the equity share, the pro of allowing the benefit of homeownership to accrue. The con of the equity share is that you lose that home. That home becomes market rate at the point of conveyance of the first resale. The con of the resale restriction is that you don't get the equity appreciation as a result of the home ownership. So that is a difference. We are proposing, the ordinance does propose to move from a resale restriction, which it is right now, to an equity share. However, there is something that at least I believe should be implemented, whether it's an equity share or a resale restriction, and that is that the term of the agreement should be 45 years. Right now it's 20 years. So the resale restriction is 20 years versus 45 years. In most of the methods, the models for affordable housing, TCAC, redevelopment law, etc., it requires a 45-year restriction for homeownership project. In the case of an equity share, the equity share expires at the point of first conveyance, at the point of first resale. However, it never self-matures. So if the first buyer owns the home forever, they still owe the equity share to the city. They owe the city's share to the city once it first sells. Okay? And so we are proposing that it have a self-maturity point of 45 years, such that if the initial buyer remains in the home for that 45-year period and maintains it as affordable housing during that 45-year period, then in the 45th year it matures and it goes away. If they sell it in the 46th year, they gain the benefit of all of the appreciation as opposed to sharing it with the city because it matured that 45-year period. I'm happy to, I don't know, questions later, or I'll be here if you have any questions.
Thank you, Emilio. There was also 2 questions that came up regarding density bonus. For example, or for specifically, density bonus units should be included in the in lieu fee calculation, and also a question regarding density bonus units in the affordable housing unit calculation. With that, I'm going to go ahead and turn that over to Heather, who will respond to those 2 specific questions.
Thank you, Kathleen. And good evening, Commission. The density bonus is the most common form of incentive that is used with the city's inclusionary housing program. State density bonus provides an increase in the number of dwelling units above the maximum density allowed in the zone, also known as density bonus units. A reduction in parking requirements and concessions and incentives, such as an increase in building height or a reduction in setbacks, which generally means more housing units can be built on any given site. Projects that provide more affordable housing receive more concessions and a higher number of density bonus units. Notably, a request for a density bonus does not always equate to a request for additional dwelling units. A developer may only request concessions. All of these state provisions, including the density bonus units, are intended by the state to be an incentive to offset the cost of restricting units as affordable. State density bonus law calculates the number of density bonus units on on the number of affordable units divided by the base units in a development. The base units are usually calculated from the size of the property multiplied by the allowable density in the zone. A greater number of density bonus units are awarded for projects that provide deeper affordability or more affordable units. The city's current inclusionary housing ordinance also calculates the required number of affordable units on the base units, regardless of how many density bonus units or concessions that the applicant is seeking. The proposed ordinance continues this calculation on base units. So that's a little bit of a background there. So there's a question of including the density bonus units in the inclusionary housing affordable unit calculation. This was discussed in public responses 9 and 12 in the attachment to the Planning Commission staff report, attachment 8. Calculating the affordable units on the total units, including the density bonus units, is not recommended for a few reasons. One, such calculation conflicts with how the state calculates density bonus, which is on base units. Number two is a math that the math is problematic. By including within the affordable unit calculation the density bonus units that are granted based on the number of affordable units, the result is an ever-increasing equation. As the percentage of required affordable units is increased based on the added density bonus units, the project becomes eligible for a higher density bonus, which in turn increases the required number of affordable units, in essence creating a feedback loop. The third reason that the density bonus units are intended by the state to be an incentive to offset the cost of developing affordable housing. A calculation that includes these units reduces the incentive of providing affordable housing and, depending on the financing parameters, could result in some projects not being built. The city has also received comments on including the density bonus units within the in lieu fee calculation. There are circumstances when a project may be eligible for density bonus units and still request to make an in lieu fee payment. For example, a project may provide some moderate for sale units, making them eligible for density bonus, but request to pay the in lieu fee to meet the inclusionary requirement. The in lieu fee calculation could be increased to include density bonus units. However, it would conflict with the current in lieu fee nexus study that establishes fees on the base units to cover the affordability gap for the affordable units not produced. If the density bonus units were included in the fee calculation, the developer would be charged above the reasonable nexus. This is a policy decision that would need to go before the council in the future. I'd like to turn this back over to Kathleen.
Thank you, Heather. That concludes our comments and input from the letters we've received. We're happy to answer questions. So we'll turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mallory. I appreciate that. At this time, members may ask questions of the City Planning Commission. Commissioner Nash.
What a subject. So, I guess the questions that I submitted today, and I do apologize for that, I'll try to be better in the future. Should I go over those now? I know you tried to address some of them, but I don't know if you addressed all of them.
Chair, Commissioner Nash, I'm happy to go through your questions.
Okay, well, let's take it from the top. First off, and this is for Joe or Ken, how much leeway do we have to suggest changes to the zone text amendment and the inclusionary housing ordinance.
Through the chair, as you know, the Planning Commission is not the final decision maker on this item. So you have the ability, though, to make recommendations to the council. Let's assume that the recommendation is to approve. You could recommend approval with specific modifications to the draft ordinance. So it's within your right to make recommendations which you believe would enhance the ordinance or make it better if that is
And thank
your
you for that.
determination.
And I want to stress that, you know, whatever suggestions we make, it will go before the city council, which I think is appropriate. They don't always listen to us, and that's also appropriate. But I think that we should be, I'll get to that in deliberation. The debate between 15% and 20% seems to hinge on a question of whether the developer can make a profit, really. So how do we move beyond that? Because I think that we have a need for this housing, for affordable housing. And real quickly, and correct me if I'm wrong, moderate housing is 80 to 120% of the area's AMI. That's moderate housing. Low-cost housing is, I believe, 50% to 80% of the AMI. And very low housing is 30% to 50%. So I just wanted to bring those numbers out so that we know what we're dealing with here. And I always get a little bit confused as to why we are behind in moderate housing according to our RENA numbers. If it's actually an 80% to the 120% of the area AMI, why aren't those units getting built? And this was a rhetorical question. I don't know if there's an answer to it, but how do we get more affordable units built? And I think Kathleen touched upon that, and I appreciate her responses. And part two of that question is really, if the costs do not pencil out, and this is from page 6 of 12 of the packet, if costs do not pencil out for the developer, the entire project is not constructed, whereby no housing is produced at all, market or affordable. And again, how do we get around that conundrum? Because the developer is certainly entitled to make a profit. And again, that may be just a rhetorical question. I don't know if there's an answer to it, aside from what Kathleen said earlier. On the equity share agreement, I guess my question would be, is the city's initial subsidy and equity appreciation earmarked for sale affordable housing, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund? Meaning, does the city's portion go? Does all of it go into the Affordable Housing Trust Fund? And I think the answer was yes, but I just want to make sure that my interpretation of that is correct.
Chair and Commission, if we can address the first item and then the second, that would be great. And yes, I do agree. Emilio is the best to answer your questions regarding the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So, yes, we did address the question on how do we achieve more units. It kind of hit that
highlighting that this is one piece of many pieces. It's also, as the letters before you this evening from market rate developers are showing, it's an economic issue. It's as well as a policy issue and programs. So it's the cost of construction. I mean, look at the CPI, look at the interest rates. You know, how do you achieve more? We didn't do a Kaiser Marston fiscal analysis of all of these numbers. So we leaned upon all the balance of the market rate builders and the affordable builders. So the letters before you from the market rate builders are saying, they're telling you at some point, it doesn't make sense financially. So that is a factor in addition to the program elements. I also the reason why I wanted to introduce the item and have Amelia speak about it is because we've talked about this at length internally and with Emilio, because he's in the trenches doing this day in, day out. He's the housing director. So what he's seeing in terms of the market, I think says a lot. He also is an affordable housing builder. So I wanted to respond to your first question, then see if he can answer both those pieces, the equity share, as well as the issue of the market economics and how do we make it pencil, and what is he seeing as an affordable housing developer.
Thank you, Kathleen. So I guess the question about market conditions. I think, number one, it's clear that the more affordable housing we impose upon a project, the less the profit that the developer will make. Okay, so that is without question. The real question is, how much profit is too little? At what point does the amount of profit become so small that development dries up? Okay, and that really is a question that is individual to the respective developer. For example, when I build, so forgive me, privately owned small real estate development company. When I build at I require a profit margin of at least 12.2%. In Oxnard, there are some developers that require a profit margin of at least 28%. And so there is a pretty big difference between the two. Does that mean that development will dry up? I don't think so. I think what will happen is that we'll have different developers that will come forward. Maybe better, maybe not, but a different group of development that will come forward. There are ways to control that, or at least to incentivize it, that we didn't consider in the draft ordinance. For example, there could be an analysis that we could undertake that would suggest that we are going to ensure that the developer's rate of return is at least, say, 15%, and then back into the requirement such that we allow for that minimum rate of return. The Tax Credit Allocation Committee, SEDLAC, the state, they do those things like that, and they set forth policies considering that math analysis. We didn't do that. We could, but we didn't do that. So do I believe that development will dry up? No, I don't think so. I haven't seen that in any jurisdiction in California that has an inclusionary ordinance. Admittedly, some ordinances are better than others, and they pursue a different objective. But I haven't seen that occur. Also, I should mention that that is my experience, and my development company is nowhere near the size of some of the ones that build in town and that are in California. So, I build 30 houses a year. They build 300, 1,000. So it's a different game. So that's relative to that part of the question. should I stop there and see if I can answer a question, or should I move on to equity share?
So I'll ask you, is there anything that prohibits the city from saying to a developer, if you give us 20% affordable, we guarantee you a 15% profit? And we'll do whatever we need to do to get you there?
No.
Because to me, the issue is, getting these things built.
Yes.
So we don't want to put so many restrictions on the developer that we scare them away.
Yeah. Guaranteeing.
And if you guarantee somebody a 15% profit.
Thank you, sir. I would not go as far as guaranteeing any profit. I mean, God knows what's going to happen in the market, and I wouldn't go that far. But there could be a method to write the ordinance in a way that at least projects and sets the amounts of affordable housing percentage-wise, 20%, 15%, 22%, based on this analysis. It's complicated, and it doesn't allow for kind of advanced notice to the developer, which is significant. And a lot of developers base it purely on that. I know going in what it's going to be. I don't have to wait for the housing director to give me this math analysis and et cetera. And some developers would prefer knowing upfront what the real game is. I can tell you right now that when I build, I base it purely on that. That's how I make a decision. I go to the community and I see what they're doing. I don't go to the community and see how far I can convince the mayor to let me do things. That's not how I do it. So developers often base their decision based on what is the standard, what do we know up front. And so that's a significant benefit of doing it the way that we're doing it now.
It just seems that there's this wall that is separating what we're trying to do as a city and the developers, and that wall is, how do we bring the cost per unit down where we can provide affordable units? And right now that wall is so high, it's probably $600,000 or more per unit, and that we'll never get affordable units at that rate, either through in lieu fees or whether it's 15% or 20%.
But that is not a condition that is set by the inclusionary ordinance. That's market. That's the price of land, the price of lumber, the price of
it's also
labor.
It's also driven by our development standards.
Sure.
So,
and the fact that we live in a beach community in California, and so all those things go into what it costs to build a house.
But that is perhaps in the realm of the city council, and I apologize for treading on their ground.
So the second question was equity share, and number one, there is not a requirement to impose an equity share or a resale restriction. We can go whichever way that the policymakers decide to go. And you can recommend a different model than the one that we presented, and the council can consider whichever way they decide to go. But the idea for us is to try to balance the public policy objectives of both homeownership and affordable homeownership. And in a case where homeownership has that policy objective of having your home and your lawn and your space and et cetera, but also wealth accumulation is part of homeownership, and that's part of the policy behind buying a home, as opposed to renting a home. And so if that is something that we want to pursue and we want to allow to occur in the market, then therein lies the reason for equity share. If what we want is pure affordable housing long-term, then that is the resale restriction, right? And so therein lies the kind of the give and take between the two documents that we should consider. And it just depends on which way
which way the policymakers want to make it happen.
So how do we carve out an exception for military personnel that get reassigned, that have purchased a for sale affordable unit?
So first of all, within the whatever document that gets signed gets recorded against the property, in this case an equity share or a resale restriction, one of the conditions is that the person own and occupy the home as their principal residence. And in a case where they no longer do that, they're not permitted to rent it out. They have to own and occupy it, or else they're in default to that agreement. What I'm understanding you asking, and definitely a policy decision that you can recommend to the city council. Okay, what I'm understanding you're asking is if we can carve out some form of an exemption for military personnel that is assigned somewhere where it doesn't allow them to comply with the occupancy requirement of that document. And I think that can we implement a policy like that and make it work? Absolutely, we can do that. We can figure that out. We can allow for that occurrence. We can impose, for example, if that occurs, then you must rent it at an affordable rental rate. We can do things like that. We didn't propose it, but if that is a policy recommendation that the Planning Commission would like to submit to the City Council, definitely is something that we can structure around it. I do think that if we are going to do that, that we should be more complete about that potential opportunity. You know, what if it is not just the military personnel, but another person that has to go for their job to New York for a year and then come back? What if it is a teacher? What if it is a person in Peace Corps? I don't know. I think that there are other reasons that there are good public policy that allow for a person to not necessarily live in their home as the principal residence and convert it into an affordable rental, and therefore control the rental price.
And I will be proposing that when it comes time to make a motion, so I don't know if Mr. Rizal can help me with the wording on that, but I would limit it to military personnel that get reassigned. I have a question about the 45-year term. If the original buyer stays in the home for 45 years, then when they sell, they reap all of the appreciation, and the city doesn't get any?
Correct. That's the proposal. No, not after 45 years. After 45 years, then at the point of maturity of the equity share, they would get all of the appreciation.
I have a question on how you define higher resource area and lower resource areas. Is there a quickie definition of those terms?
Yes, it's in the housing element, page B55, and I covered that in my talking points, which I'm happy to summarize again. Would you like me to do that?
Yes, please.
So the low resource areas are defined as areas of segregation, racially or ethnically concentrated areas of poverty, areas that have disparities in access to opportunity and disproportionate housing needs, including displacement risk. According to the 2021 HCD and the California Tax Credit Allocation Committee Opportunity Area Map, more than half of the city of Oxnard is considered low resource areas, and there are 2 census tracts that are considered areas of high segregation and poverty. These factors will be considered in developing city council approved off-site development options and in lieu fee payment options.
So that's counterintuitive if I'm hearing you right, where a higher resource area means an area that actually needs more resources.
No, it's odd. We struggled with this too as part of the housing element work. Low resource, think if it's low resource means it doesn't have access to jobs or good infrastructure, or there's pollution, or there's high levels of poverty. So the idea then is with creating, if a developer wants to build off-site or pay an in lieu fee, and then we have the funds, we would be considering the resource area designation and what it's defined as, low, medium, or high. In our instance, a lot of Oxnard is low. We would consider that resource definition and where we decide to allow that off-site construction to occur, or where we use those in lieu fees.
That's very confusing, but thank you.
May I add to that? Do you mind? The reason that it's like that in the development of affordable housing and in the financing structures that develops affordable housing, for example, the Tax Credit Allocation Committee. When the Tax Credit Allocation Committee funds an affordable housing project, they fund in areas of high resource. It's a competitive process, and they allocate points, and those points are allocated when the affordable housing is being built in high resource areas, i.e. they're amenity rich. There's places for a person to shop and bank and medical clinics and et cetera. So if the affordable housing is being relegated to a low resource area, then it's harder to finance that affordable housing development. Therein lies this policy. So if you're building in this high resource area, but you want to not provide the affordable housing, instead pay the in lieu fee because you want it to be built over there, therein lies the reason for this distinction between high resource and low resource.
Okay, thank you for that. I guess I should touch upon the how we calculate the base units and the density bonus units. Now, if I'm hearing you correctly, your main concern is, that you're getting involved in a feedback loop. But when you do the fractional rounding up, do you base it on, traditionally, traditionally in math, it's 0 to 49, you round down. From 50 to 99, you round up. But it's my understanding that that's not the way you do it. If it's just any sort of fraction, you round up.
Well, I'd like to think of it as a domino effect. That's kind of the term we're using. Yes, the fractional unit, it depends upon what income category it is in terms of the collective number and the obligation. Heather, did you want to answer anything further on that, or do you want to share a graphic that might?
Yes, I can bring up a graphic if you give me a moment. I'll bring that up to explain how the fractional equation works for the affordable housing.
I hope it comes up correctly because right now we're getting the mirror image on the screen.
Right. It's
okay.
The logo. Yeah, it should be fine.
Okay. Hang on.
Chair Rayo, if I could make a couple of comments while Heather's, here it is.
Great. Can you see that okay?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, so the allocation of first off, the purpose of calculating the required inclusionary units Under the proposed inclusionary housing ordinance, fractional units will round up. Rounding in this fashion is consistent with the state density bonus law to round up for affordable housing equations. The allocation of affordable units would align with the ordinance description that generally would allocate more to lower income and less to very low income. For example, in an 18-unit development, the affordable unit requirement calculates to 2.7 units, which would round up to the next whole number of 3 units. The affordability level for this size development would be 1 unit of very low income and 2 units of low income. So, however, there are situations where rounding up for each income category results in a higher number of units than 15%. For example, with the graphic that you see here, in a 25-unit development, the affordable unit requirement calculates to 3.75 units and is rounded up to the next whole number, which is 4 inclusionary units. In the example 25-unit development, rounding up would produce 2 very low-income units and 3 lower-income units. So, like, if you took the 2.5 multiplied by 5%, you end up with 1.25 units, and that rounds up to 2 very low-income units. And 3 and 25 units times 10% is 2.5 units, which would round up to 3 units, totaling 5 units, which is more than the 4 units that would otherwise result from 15% times 25 units. So to address this situation, staff clarified in the code language of the inclusionary housing ordinance to account for this calculation. So what you're seeing that the fractional quarter of a unit from the very low is combining with that half a unit from the low and becoming 1 very low income unit. And the language also has that any remaining fractional unit after that would become a whole lower income unit.
That's very complex. And I apologize for not grasping it immediately. But that's based on the state, on the state whatever regulations?
Yes, and also we developed an attachment to help with this because it is very difficult. So it identifies where you round and the percentages that you're securing at the lower income level first, and then moving to the moderate. We're doing our best on that one to kind of go really high level, but it is a little challenging.
Right. So
Yeah,
so there is a table in the.
Way beyond my ability to understand it at any deep level. Okay, and I apologize to the commission for taking so long on this. On the, I guess I'm talking about the in lieu, the in lieu fee. Rather than just, waiting until the in lieu fee becomes outdated, can't we just add an automatic escalator clause to the in lieu fee?
The current inclusionary ordinance includes an escalator, and we did have that in responses to your comment. And it does, currently we have the fees are adjusted each year in July, and it's based upon the adopted inflator practices, and we have it on the prior 12 months as determined by the Engineering News Report Building Cost Index for LA region. So we use that. We do get a report and an increase, and we do increase it in July of each year.
Okay,
We actually get, yeah. Mhm.
That's great, thank you for that.
Yes.
The, I think we're faced with a problem, and maybe this is at the city council level, of whether we want to provide a continual supply of affordable rental units, or if we want to achieve, in my mind, a greater social good of actually ending generational poverty and getting people, making people homeowners. And to me, that should be the greater goal. And I know that that's not really a question, but it's something that perhaps, we can talk about in our deliberations. So that's the end of my questions, and I thank you for your responses, and I thank my fellow commissioners and lady commissioner for bearing with me. I know it's a very complex subject, and I really don't have that great of an understanding of it, but I'm trying. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Nash. Commissioner Chavez.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you for your questions, Commissioner Nash. Chair, at this time, I would like to move that we set questionings from the commission to the side and move to public comment, as well as allowing an increase from the 3 minutes to 5 minutes for public comments.
Thank you. It's been moved to set aside or lay on the table questions from the commission and to increase the amount of time given to public comment from 3 minutes to 5 minutes.
Chair, can we take a quick 2 or 3 minute break?
In 1 minute. I'll second that. With the motion pending, if there's no objection, we'll go into a 5 minute recess. No objections, we're in recess. Thank you. Planning Commission will come back to order at 8:13. Right now, we have pending the motion made by Commissioner Chavez, seconded by myself, Chair Arroyo, to set aside the questioning of the staff and to go directly into public comment, and to increase the speaking time from our default of 3 minutes to 5 minutes. Is there any deliberation on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, Madam Secretary, can we have the roll call?
Commissioner Chavez?
Aye.
Chair Arroyo?
Aye.
Commissioner Seelsdorf?
Aye.
Commissioner Nash?
Aye.
Vice Chair Stewart?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. The first person we have who signed up for public comment is Mr. Jackson Piper, I believe on Zoom, and if you can raise your hand, okay. And if you can unmute yourself, I want to say *6 or *9. And you'll have 5 minutes when you begin. Thank you, Mr. Piper.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Mr. Piper. You have 5 minutes.
Oh, good. Thank you, Chair Arroyo and members of the Planning Commission and City of Oxnard staff who have worked on this. My name is Jackson Piper. I am a resident of unincorporated Newbury Park and one of the leads of Ventura County YIMBY, which is a housing activist group comprised of volunteers that advocate for more housing and better housing throughout Ventura County. I will try not to take up the entire 5 minutes. Wanted to start by stating that I have read the letters submitted by Barbara Macri-Ortiz and jointly by House Farm Workers and Cause with recommendations for improving the inclusionary housing ordinance before you today. I trust and respect Barbara Macri-Ortiz's expertise in issues related to housing and would like to point out, as she did in her letter, that HCD's review requirements won't necessarily come into effect for a suggested inclusionary percentage that is higher than 15%, unless the conditions of there being, 75% of the above moderate income RENA not being met over a 5-year period, or the city failing to submit the annual housing element report for at least 2 consecutive years, neither of which apply in this situation from what I understand. If Oxnard does get reviewed and has to submit an economic feasibility study, if it is requested to do so by HCD, city staff would have 180 days to prepare this study, and I believe that would be sufficient time to prove the point of this higher inclusionary requirement being a burden on development and allow the city to adjust its policies. I've been at a number of local meetings discussing inclusionary housing ordinances in Thousand Oaks and Ventura most recently, and the consultant reports have always stated the obvious, that the economy is not doing well and conditions are not good enough to request higher amounts of inclusionary housing in new developments. But I would like to make, several points, but to start with, the factor of changes over time is not really being considered in these analyses. And well, currently construction costs from labor and materials and all the other variables that go into deciding whether to develop or not are very obscenely high. That is going to change over time, and I must assume it will change for the better at some point. So to base the inclusionary requirements on this one point in time does not seem wise. If anything, variability should be built into the ordinance to allow the inclusionary percentage to change over time and respond to the market as it is. I would also like to point out, because I've heard this argument several times, that the RENA requirements from the state are necessary to meet, and I hope the city does meet them, but they're not the end goal. Housing policy documents like this should be focused on meeting housing needs in the community for the present and the future. And RENA is just a tool by the state to help foster that along. I would like to conclude by saying that I join with House Farm Workers in cause in requesting that the inclusionary requirement be increased to 20%, including 10% very low income and 10% low income in rentals, and 10% low income and 10% moderate and for sale projects. That equity shares be replaced by resale restrictions, lowering the inclusionary percentage required if the developer involves deeper levels of affordability would be great, and also that inclusionary requirements be applied to all units produced, including density bonus units, unless the developer can provide evidence that this will render projects not viable to them to build. That's all I have to say, so thank you very much, and best of luck with the decision.
Thank you, Mr. Piper. Our next public comment is from Mr. Pedro Chavez, I believe on Zoom. If you could unmute yourself, please. Assuming you're on. Gotcha. Okay. We will, Mr. Chavez, if you happen to be hearing this, we're going to go back again at a later time. The next public comment will be from Ms. Maria Navarro, I believe in person. You have 5 minutes, and you can begin when ready. Thank you.
All right. Well, so good evening, everyone. Chair Arrejo and everybody else here, staff who has done a really wonderful job with this. So thank you for opening it up. And I don't think my timer is going, so I'm just going to wait. There you go. Awesome. So what I wanted to say today is a couple of things in terms of inclusionary housing. So for one, I am just going to clarify also that the House Farm Worker letter was signed by Ventura County Housing Coalition, which actually includes groups such as VC YIMBY, Jackson just spoke right now, but also VSSDF, Homes for All, and various affordable housing developers. So it is a very large group with 13, I think, organizations so far included in it. So just wanted to clarify that. Also, in general, my biggest point here is that I do truly believe that going to a 20% requirement is something that we should go for. As a city, I think we have very limited land. And with that very limited land, I think we have the option to be selective on what projects we choose to come here. Now, I understand that developers may not all developers may pencil out at 20%, not all developments will. But I do think that we have the responsibility to see what the actual conditions of our housing market and our population is right now. So when we talk about low-income housing, we're really talking about the majority of Oxnard families, right? The majority of Oxnard families and the median income is $83,000 for a family of 4 here in Oxnard, at least by the census data, right? If we say that a low-income family, a family of 4, earns $103,000 in this county, that just means that, and I'm not a big math head, but at least more than 50% of our households are low income, if not 60 to 70. So it's a problem of scale. We have a major issue. So when we talk about who's going to develop here, and I really love Jackson's comment and saying that this has, the RENA is a goal, but it's not the end goal. The end goal is to provide housing for the population that's here, right? And so I think we shouldn't be afraid to be flexible, to be a little bit more aggressive. If it doesn't work, and if it's not working, we can change it, right? But we'll never know unless we try. And I think that's something that often gets missed in these meetings. I think we shouldn't be afraid to try to go for something that we really want and that could help people. What happens if development continues because it just so happens that it's very lucrative to build here and we just get more inclusionary homes built? I don't think we should be afraid of that. And I think we should take that possibility or that chance. I also want to speak to deeper levels of affordability, right? So I really want to toy with the idea of flexibility here and whether if you're building like a very low or extremely low income household or house, how does that equate with like, let's say let's say the 20% requirement for some reason is approved, right? What happens if I'm a developer who wants to provide 5% very low income housing and 10% low income? Would that 15% equate to that 10 and 10%? I don't know if I'm making sense, but that's something that I really would like to see. Just play around with the idea of flexibility if deeper levels of affordability are granted. And in general, I do think that, the inclusionary housing ordinance is made to create units of housing, and I do think that the equity shares provision, although it has really cool ideas and that idea of home ownership is so entrenched into what it is to live here in the United States and the American dream in general, I do think that we lose out on just we go through all this work to make this ordinance and to have developers build it, and then to say like, oh, but within 2 years, people could probably sell the unit and then it'll be lost forever. I feel like that's just, I don't know. That doesn't sit right with me. I also think that, if I were, let's say, buying a house, I bought it for X amount. After 10 years, it appreciated $100,000. 50,000 goes to the city, 50,000 goes to me. Realistically, with $50,000, I really can't buy here. And if I'm still low income, if I'm still a low income resident, I can't buy here with $50,000. I'd have to go to Nevada or to Colorado, where homes are still $250,000, $300,000 to get a deposit and be able to afford to live there. So the money wouldn't stay here anyway. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Navarro. Our next public commenter is Ms. Barbara Macri-Ortiz. In person, and you'll have 5 minutes when you begin. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Yes, my name is Barbara Macri-Ortiz, and I believe you all got my letter. I don't know if you had a chance to read it. I think I would like to just throw it open and say if any of you have any questions, maybe that's a good place to start rather than me guessing about what you want to hear.
Sure. Commissioner Nash, Madam Secretary, if we can pause the time, and we'll go back to 4:45 at least. We'll give a couple of seconds. Commissioner Nash.
Thank you. Barbara, I know we talked about this, but I think in light of the fact that we don't have a full commission here tonight, if you just wanted to give your full 5 minutes, 5-minute presentation, then we could certainly ask you questions afterwards. So if we could reset her time to 5 minutes, because this was...
Well, I just want to make sure there's time for questions. And I don't know if I go through 5 minutes, what's happened in the past is I basically have to sit down and shut up for the rest of the meeting.
If you could pause, Ms. Macri-Ortiz. Commissioner Nash, I'm going to take your comment as a parliamentary inquiry. If we would like to open up questioning, we usually only do it to the applicant or staff. I guess right here it's only staff. I think it would be in order for you to make a motion to add other members or individuals in the public that we could question during our normal questioning of staff. But for right now, I'm going to recommend that we give Ms. Macri-Ortiz the 5 minutes. We'll wait until public comment, and then we can make any motions in regards to procedure after public comment.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Nash. Ms. Barbara Macri-Ortiz, we kind of jumbled your speech. I think it's in order to give you the 5 minutes, which Madam Secretary has, and you can re-begin. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think from what I've heard, this is being made they're overcomplicating everything. And I think I'd like to start in terms of one example would be those density bonus units, which are market rate units. And the idea of, if we do that, then we're just going to keep having to add. That's not the way it works, because you file a density bonus application, it's approved with your project. Once your project is approved, then your inclusionary requirements are applied. So it's not that if you had 20%, then you would have to run back and get more. It doesn't work that way. It's not a mountain that you're climbing. So I wanted to make that crystal clear. You know, I've been working with people for the last 33 years in this town. And now whenever I have someone that's dealing with an unlawful detainer, that's the end of their life in Oxnard, basically, because nobody can find housing. I'm losing people to, God forbid, Tennessee. Of everything we saw today, my last client went to Tennessee. It's tough. Now, the other thing, see, I've always really looked at inclusionary when it comes to ownership, okay? And I can remember years when the housing department had all this money for first-time home buyers, couldn't use any of it because they couldn't find any units that anybody could afford, okay? And that's why I always saw inclusionary working hand in hand with the housing department so that we could get people into housing, low-income folks into ownership housing. And I think that, you know, this whole thing of profit, it's crazy because the market, what we've seen is crazy, you know. When the market goes up, I saw one of my clients bought a home in the only subdivision that didn't even have plumbing or the sewer, and it was over $500,000. It's just whatever can be, you know, taken. And I think, yeah, there's a thing in terms of, I think Emilio made the point in terms of, you know, profit, what is reasonable in terms of if you're producing, and then what is trying to get everything, you know. And here we have an opportunity. We have a really solid community here that we are losing because none of our people are getting any housing opportunities. And particular, you know, the young professionals, the people who have lived here, they come back, they want to buy a house, and there's no way on God's earth they can afford it. Without inclusionary in that for sale area, you can't really, you know, you just can't make your life here. And that's something we really got to change because we're a very proud community and we don't want to see it lost. We are losing our soul every day that people are leaving because of the inability to live here. So I think that goes very strongly for the 20%. You know, it's like we got to do something. And we can't just keep saying, okay, take the land because you can afford to do it, you do it, whatever. And then we end up with all these people that know nothing about Oxnard, and all of our people are leaving. I have no problem with people coming into Oxnard, but I absolutely have a problem with chasing people out of Oxnard. So we've got to balance our housing policy, you know, and I think it's good to give people an opportunity for home ownership. And I really think it's important to have resale restrictions as opposed to equity. You know, the equity, 1-2 years, bail out and make a killing. You know, I mean, that's very easy to do. Just the example I gave about the military man, that's real. I've been there. I've seen that with that particular issue. But what's the problem with someone leaving and renting their house at an affordable cost, even if it's long-term? Because we've saved the affordable housing. And, you know, isn't that really what we want to do? I mean, are we here to make people wealthy, or are we here to house people? As the policymakers, you know, I realize you're the Planning Commission, but we really need to think about what our objectives are.
Thank you, Ms. Macri-Ortiz. Your time is up. Madam Secretary, do we have any other public comments on Zoom or in person?
Yes, we have one on Zoom.
Okay, thank you very much. The person on Zoom, if you could unmute yourself and please state your name And you'll have 5 minutes once you begin.
Good evening, Chair, Commissioners, and staff. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please continue.
Hi, I'm Paul Sheehan with Dyer Sheehan Group, and my business partner, Dawn Dyer, and I have been providing professional land use and housing market analysis services in Oxnard and throughout Ventura County for more than 30 years. And I'm here tonight to just offer a few comments based on our decades of experience studying and working within the Ventura County housing market. Most of us know Oxnard, like the rest of California, has a housing shortage, which directly contributes to a housing affordability crisis. Housing affordability and availability are issues at all income levels, and this impacts employers' ability to attract and retain qualified employees. While Oxnard has done a great job of creating dedicated affordable housing for lower income residents, we also do need additional market rate housing, which can provide homes for much of the local workforce. So it's important to ensure that changes made to the inclusionary ordinance do not discourage overall investment in new housing, which addresses the needs of all the residents and all the income levels. While we fully understand and share in the desire to create more affordable housing, we also strongly urge the city to use caution in updating its inclusionary ordinance. We therefore strongly encourage the city to limit the required level of affordable housing to 15% for both for sale and for rent projects. Increasing this requirement to 20% would unnecessarily discourage overall housing investment. We also support retention of the current threshold of 10 units as the trigger for affordable requirements. Reducing this threshold to 6 units will make it more difficult to build smaller infill projects. And next, while we support the proposed affordability requirements for sale development, we don't agree that new for rent development should provide 5% very low and 10% for low-income households. Forcing new apartment developments to provide this level of affordability will impact project feasibility and may result in fewer homes being built overall. Please consider revising the rental housing requirements to 5% for very low, 5% for low, and 5% for moderate income households. And finally, regarding the proposal to round up any fractional requirement for the number of affordable units. If a developer proposes a 7-unit project, should they really be required to include 2 affordable units when 15% of 7 units is only 1.05? So please consider retaining traditional rounding protocols and only round up fractional affordable units above 0.5. In closing, I urge you to carefully consider the long-range implications of your decisions. Will Oxnard create a variety of housing choices that meet the needs of a diverse community, including residents of all ages, cultures, and economic levels? Or will it adopt affordable housing policies that potentially discourage overall investment in housing? Finally, I want to thank you all, planning commissioners, city staff, and city consultants for your time, commitment, and service to the city on this. This is hard but very important work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And I missed your name and who you're representing. Can you just please say that for the record if you would like? If not, that's fine.
Yes, my name is Paul Sheehan. That's Sheehan, and I am a partner in Dyer Sheehan Group here in Ventura County.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate that. Madam Secretary.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, are there any other public comments in person or on Zoom?
No.
Thank you very much. For The Planning Commission and anyone listening, we are not closing public comment at this time. We just set aside, and so I'm going to give deference to, or some flexibility to people who thought public comment was going to be later. We are now, at this time, going to go back into questioning of staff. Commission, is there any questions at this time?
Are we going to go back and consider the other that Commissioner Nash brought up about questioning some of our public speakers? Are we going to readdress that later?
Yes, Vice Chair Stewart, a motion would be in order at this time to do that.
Point of order, Chair.
Commissioner Chavez, please state your point.
I just want to ask if it's possible to have legal counsel weigh in on that. We've never had public comments, public comment people come and get questioned like we would an applicant or a staff member.
Thank you. Mr. Rosell, if you could please answer Mr. Chavez's point.
Yes, I'm happy to do that. Historically, we have given the opportunity for members of the commission to ask individual questions. I will acknowledge that it's not been extended questioning, but given the complexity of this issue, and there's, as we know, given the number of communications we've received, how long it's worked on, there's a lot of different issues. So I think this is a unique matter that could warrant additional questions if that's the desire of the commission.
Thank you, Ms. Rizzo. Commissioner Chavez, does that answer your point?
Yes, I just want it on record that that is the direction that we have the prerogative to go in. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Chavez. Commissioner Nash.
Thank you, Chair. So are we looking for a motion?
Yes, we are, Commissioner Nash.
Then I would move that we allow questioning of the public, of the people who made public comments. I think that covers it.
And I'll second it.
It is moved by Commissioner Nash to allow public comments. Would you like just in person or Zoom or both?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
I just want clarification on your motion that with questions, is it just to any of the public commenters who have spoken?
I think to be fair, we should apply it to all of the people who made public comments tonight.
Acknowledge. The motion by,
Sorry.
Is that a point, Commissioner Chavez?
Yes.
Yes, please state your point.
The only reason why we wouldn't be able to do that is that one of the speakers that did comment isn't on the call anymore. So I think it would be better if we specify who we actually want to ask those questions to.
If Commissioner Nash could answer Commissioner Chavez's question in regards to his point.
I guess that it would be questions for people who are still with us, either via Zoom or in person.
Commissioner Chavez, does that answer your point?
As long as that's what the motion's going to read versus just saying everyone that spoke.
Okay. Thank you for the ability to clarify.
Thank you, Commissioner Chavez. Commissioner Nash, I'm going to state your motion, and if you could give a second to approve that, and then I'll go to the second of Vice Chair Stewart. The motion made by Commissioner Nash was to allow questions of those public commenters who are still with us, either Zoom or in person. Will Vice Chair Stewart still second that motion?
I shall still second it.
It has been seconded by Vice Chair Stewart. Is there any deliberation on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, Madam Secretary, can we have the roll call?
Commissioner Nash?
Aye.
Vice Chair Stewart?
Aye.
Commissioner Sealsdorf?
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez?
Aye.
Chair Rejo?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Since now we're moving back into question with that specification amendment in our regular procedures, I'm going to request when Planning Commission asks questions that they directed either to staff or to any public commenters who may be on the line or in person. Thank you very much. Planning Commission, any further questions? Commissioner Nash.
I have one question for Ms. Macri Ortiz, if she can come to the podium. And this involves increasing the percentage. If we increase the percentage of for sale units up to 20%, what would you suggest the breakdown of that, what the breakdown of that would be percentage-wise?
I would suggest 10% low and 10% moderate.
10%?
10% low and 10% moderate.
Okay, very good, thank you. If we kept the rental percentage at 15% as a sort of compromise, what would your percentages be on that?
I think it should be 10% very low and 5% low if it was kept at 15%.
So that would be 10% very low and 5% low.
That's what I would recommend.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Nash. Any other members? Commissioner Chavez.
Thank you. Ms. Ortiz, if you can just stay, sorry, Macro Ortiz. I would be curious to hear your interpretation of HCD's oversight of the inclusionary policies, if you can indulge us.
Well, historically what happened was there was a lawsuit, and it's called the Palmer case. And some appellate judge said that because of Costa-Hawkins and a lot of stuff you don't need to know all the details of, but basically they said we couldn't do inclusionary and rental housing. For sale housing has never been an issue. You could do 20% for sale housing and HCD wouldn't have anything to say about it, okay? The issue with the rental, I think this basically, the whole idea of, well, bringing in HCD if there's an issue was probably a compromise position because we had been trying for several years to get the Palmer case thrown out. And so it's kind of like the price, I guess, you pay for getting it thrown out. But in terms of HCD the law doesn't say anything about HCD has to do it. It just lays out a format. And if you read the language in the statute, you see there, and it's a may. And so the guidelines are, well, you know, if some jurisdiction's really pumping a lot of, or not pumping any market rate housing out, then this could be an issue, and maybe we'd look at it. HCD would look at it, probably if somebody made a complaint. If somebody didn't make a complaint, they probably wouldn't even blink. And then in order to review, it would be dependent on production. And see, and this is where I'm very, very offended in terms of the suggestion to think, oh, we're so far behind in our market rate, because we have basically killed it in market rate housing since 1998. And I gave you those figures in the letter. There's a little lull right now, and it's a changeover of a new cycle and getting out of COVID and, you know, all the issues that we're facing. So I would say the production of market rate housing has maybe been a little lower than normal, but we're only talking about a year or two here. You know, if you look at it, they'll catch up. If there's money to be made and land there available to build, they will build. Okay? And if they don't build, it's because there's no money to be made. And it's not because of inclusionary. Okay? Inclusionary makes it a little more challenging. They may have to share a little bit more of their wealth. But if there's money to be made, they're going to make it if they can acquire the land. So I don't see, the HCD thing should not be intimidating. And certainly it would not require any report be created now on that.
Thank you for that explanation. It was mentioned by one of the public commenters that anything over 15% would be a negative impact for all income levels.
Well, that's just, I mean, you could say anything. I don't know that there's any evidence for that. Frankly, in terms of the way very low income and low income rental has been going on, most of it is done by the nonprofits or the, tax credit committee, all right? Most of that comes in that way. Really, where you're going to make an impact with inclusionary is through the ownership. The ownership, because you're going to open the doors, maybe not too wide, not very many people are going to fit through them, but you will definitely open the door. And the door right now is definitely closed. So I think that would be, the focus. And in terms of the, see, this is the thing, in terms of rental, and you'll see all the, your applications for density bonus and all. Basically, your inclusionary, I mean, you keep your inclusionary at 15%, you're basically doing nothing. In terms of most of the projects are going to get that 35 extra units because, or they're going to give you the affordability because they need the concessions. And so it basically, you're just right there. You're not going to do much because density bonus law is going to do the job for you. But in terms of for sale, nobody's doing the job.
Thank you, Ms. Macro-Ortiz. Ms. Navarro, she's still here. You mentioned flexibility when it comes to percentage breakdown. Can you elaborate a little bit more of what that looks like, of breaking down a percentage, whether it's a 15 or a 20%?
So what I mean by that is ideally, in an ideal world, having in the ordinance kind of like a table of values that indicates what percent of deeper affordability equates to a higher level of affordability. So kind of making it like a tiered system, right? So for example, if you have very low income, 5% very low income could maybe equate to like 7% low income, so that you don't necessarily have to build as many units, but you could build those affordable units that are needed, or deeper affordability that's needed. So that's what I was thinking about. I think doing it project by project would be hard, because then probably a public hearing would be needed, or more time, whatever. And so maybe testing it out with just doing it as like a table basis, and then seeing how it works, honestly, to see if people like use it or not, or that's as much as I got.
You mentioned something in regards to the equity, that you would prefer, what is it?
The resale restriction?
Yes, resale restriction versus the equity. And you said because of the fact that essentially the person's going to go sell the house, walk away with a small amount, and not be able to have a house afterwards.
So I could share my personal, just life example. So when my brother and I were looking for a home to buy back in 2021, we had $25,000 saved up. And we also used Bank of America First-Time Home Buyers Help. That made it so that we had about $39,500. We, with our combined income, could only get a loan of like $400,000. But still, even with all of that, we would manage to get a 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom condo valued at let's say 300. What was it? It was $395,000 at the time that we bought it. The equity right now is, I could probably sell that condo at $450,000 in 2 years, meaning that it has appreciated around $55,000. Let's say if I were to be a low-income person doing the same thing, I would probably not be paying the same amount of mortgage. Like, my mortgage is it's not super high, but it's quite high, I think. And I would have to split the equity with the city. So if I split the equity, I get let's say $25,000. That just isn't enough for a down payment for a house here. I'd have to go somewhere else to buy a home. So you do get money, but let's not think that it's a lot of money, right? Like, unless you wait out maybe 20, 30, 40 years, right? And at that point, why not wait the whole 45-year period? Same thing with the resale restriction. As far as I understand, if you just wait 45 years, you could also just gain all of that equity anyway and sell it at market rate. So yeah, there's that. I also think that's why I actually think it's a good idea being able to rent out the property at a lower price and, at an affordable level, having that written in there. I think that would be cool too, as flexibility-wise. I don't know if any other city has tried it, but again, encouraging folks to be creative.
Thank you, Ms. Navarro. Director Ramirez, I have a couple of questions. So we had a project come before the commission at the old Oxnard Adult Ed location, where essentially it was kind of like an equity thing. A person can buy the house at an affordable rate, but then they can turn around a year later and then sell it at a market rate. How often could someone essentially do that? I mean, is there anybody tracking somebody purchasing these affordable housing and then turning around and then selling them for market rate, or they can do it as many times as they want? I know that was like a loaded, sorry.
So no, as far as I know, no one's tracking it. We're not. The housing department is not tracking it. And there's not a requirement that the buyer be a first-time home buyer. So could they just continue to buy other? I don't see a reason why they couldn't. They'd have to be low income, yes, in order to continue to be eligible to buy that restricted home. Could they sell it the next day? Absolutely. And generate the immediate appreciation in value from the restricted value to the market value. If they sold it the next day, what would happen is that the city would get the entire amount, because that would be the subsidy, if you will, that we contributed to the project. So it wouldn't really help them in that regard. They would have to be there for a certain amount of time. I haven't calculated how much that would be. But you're right. Could someone be in that business? I suppose so, yes.
Could investors potentially try to go and get these properties?
I mean, they would have to move into them and live in them for a certain amount of time, and they would have to be a low-income investor in order to qualify to accomplish that. But if I'm a low-income person, I buy a home, I live in it for 4 years, generate equity, sell it, split it, and then buy another one. If someone could figure out how to make that work, I suppose that could happen, yeah.
What is considered low income, the dollar amount?
I don't have it memorized, but it's 80% of the county median, the area median. And the area median is calculated by the state, and so it's published annually. In Ventura, the area median right now is, what is it? So the in Ventura, the county area median is 115,400 for a family of 4. So the low income limit would be 80% of that.
Okay. You mentioned during your section during the presentation the 20%, and that's where the number is, and you would prefer to see a 45%, not 45, sorry, 20-year and you would prefer to see 45 years. Where did that 20-year, is that by default, or is that a conservative approach that the report was built on?
The 20-year term is the current term of the resale restriction that is in the current ordinance.
Got it,
And
okay.
so how that was generated way back when, I don't know, but that's what the current standard is.
Okay. And so it would be your recommendation to move it up to a 45-year?
To make it be a 45-year restriction for for homeownership project and 55 years for a rental project.
Now, how does the state play into that? Are they going to have an issue if we increase the amount from 20 years up to a 45-year?
No, well, first of all, the term of 45 years for homeowners and 55 for rental is fairly standard. It's in all over the place in the state law, the former redevelopment law, tax credits. It's all over the place. The current equity share type of agreement that is with the density bonus law does not have a term. It just expires at first resale, and so if that first resale is 100 years later, it expires at that point. But it doesn't, or the next day it expires at that point. It doesn't have a term.
Okay.
By the way, I should mention the density bonus law gives deference to the local law. So the local jurisdiction can impose its own method of restriction.
Oh, thank you for that. You mentioned that you are able to build, I believe you said 300, whereas...
I built 30.
30, sorry.
20 sometimes.
I'm trying to give you more buildings. 30, whereas these developers are coming in, they're building hundreds and hundreds. So I guess ultimately my question is, wouldn't it be beneficial to the city to be able to have a restrictive resale versus an equity resale when we actually continue to maintain that inventory of affordable housing versus losing it and then taking whatever bit of money that we received and trying to reinvest it into new housing?
There's benefits either way for either type of agreement. My entire career has been affordable housing and homeless services, and that's why I do what I do, and that's why I build what we do. And I build only for affordable farm workers, which is where I come from. But there is definitely a pro and con in either way. So my affordable housing lens would say yes, the better of the two things is to maintain the affordable housing condition long term. If you're going to take it to an extreme, I would say what really matters is to get people into housing and do anything that we can to accomplish that. But definitely there are pros and cons in either direction.
Thank you, Director Ramirez. Ms. Davis, I have a question, and I'm going to attempt to understand the whole housing percentage and how that gets broken down. I do appreciate the graph that you put up earlier. Am I to look at it more as like percentages or fractions, the decimal point, anything over 5 gets rounded off to the next number, but in this case, we're saying that really anything after that decimal point could get rounded off. Is that my understanding, or did I misinterpret that?
Yes, rounded up for affordable housing. That's correct.
At any decimal number, it could be a 0.1 or a 0.2, it's automatically going to be able to be round up. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Chavez. Vice Chair Stewart.
Yes, Emilio, I think I want to start with you first. You said something about, you build some and you gave a number what you build at, and you said some get 28. Do we have a feel for what the average profitability is in Oxnardish?
I'm sorry, I don't. I don't know what. No, I don't.
Okay. And then building a house and you build some, there's a unit, there's a unit cost. And if the land costs something, the materials cost something, there are fees from the state, the city, and so forth. Is there a lot of room to squeeze that down, or is it kind of pretty much it is what it is? Without building something that's garbage.
Sure, okay, thank you for that. There are ways to value engineer your cost, and you have to make compromises. In my case, I don't do that. It's a black and white. Either I make my return or I don't. And if I do, I build it. And if I don't build it. And I don't like to cheapen, to change the material or to do it this way or to do it that way. Right or wrong, maybe that's overly greedy on my end, but that's how I do it.
Okay, so when we're talking about cheapening it, you lean against the wall and your hand goes through. Poor materials. Okay, that's what I was wondering about. And Barbara, now you said something, and I'm a vet, but I want to make sure I get an understanding because I know that Commissioner Nash may, if we get to that point, the nature of the business when you're in military is you move every 4 years or so. That's what I experienced when I was in. Now, my father was in too, and he found that wonderful house, and my mother decided to stay there. So every time there was a change of assignment, he moved and came back when he could. So when you say you have somebody that has had that same experience, can you enlighten me? Is there something I'm missing? Because I understand the nature of the business, but is there something I missed?
Well, the situation that I had was a special assignment.
Okay.
And there was a decision, they want to keep their family together, so the whole family went. Okay. It was a time limited, I think it was a 2-year term, if I'm correct. It's been a long time since I dealt with this, but that was the dilemma. We worked it out where they honored it, so he did rent it while he was gone. And it was to a low income, at a low income, the approval was both for who was the one that was going to rent it, because they cleared them in terms of, yes, they were actually a low income, and what the rental amount could be. But it was. And I think, a lot has changed. A lot has changed, and it's really a question of our values. I'm at the point where I don't think we should look at housing as an investment. I think we have to look at housing as a human right because of the impact. I was stunned when I saw that homeless report just to see how much our homeless had risen from, 2016 or 2017. It was 81%. It's frightening. But it's because of a lot of issues, but in particular because you can't find a place to go. The client that I had that moved to Tennessee, that family looked for housing for 9 months. I kept her in the home for 9 months, and they looked all over the place and ended up in Tennessee. So it's a question of how we look at things and how do we incorporate our values and at whose expense. And how does that impact the community? We used to have more freedom within the community in terms of Section 8 or, and man, you can't, nobody could get a Section 8 anymore. The person I'm representing right now, she went to go live with her son because we're trying to make a deal that once the housing is renovated, she's going to have the opportunity to reapply. But the landlord hasn't committed as to what the price of the rental is, so we don't know whether she's going to be able to afford it. She's been in that home for 26 years. And I have tried to find her affordable housing, and she doesn't make enough. You know, she's on Social Security. And so it's kind of, it's unbelievably hard. And so to be glib about, well, you know, they say, you know, if we go beyond 15%, we're going to shut down the housing market or whatever. It's like we have to look at all factions of our community. What is the best for the whole community? I look at it this way. I don't care if they walk away, because that land will still be there, and maybe we could get somebody else to build that will give us a better deal. You know, I'm not in a hurry to build so people can come down, more people can come down from Santa Barbara or the San Fernando Valley or other parts of the county to move into Oxnard. That doesn't excite me. What excites me is being able to house my clients,
Right.
you know?
Understand. Well, my wife's a homeless commissioner, so I understand the Section 8 issue and not being able to do anything with a voucher once you even get it. And went to the state or the region, and they said that the market was now, and that was a couple years ago, $800,000. So it's tough here in Ventura County.
It's insane. And you know, on the 20-year versus the 45, give you an example. I don't know how many of you remember the Kojima project, that it was supposed to be for the Oxnard Mobile Home Lodge. It's out there by Rio Rosales. Had a plot of land. The city came in and worked out a deal with the developer where they built, I believe it was 160 units, and maybe 50 of them were very low income, the rest were low income. It was a 20-year. It was the only place during the foreclosure process time that we didn't see a bunch of you know, foreclosure signs, because everybody was deed restricted. They couldn't go out and you know, get the second mortgage and, you know, all of that. So they were set. It was the only place in Oxnard that didn't have a lot of foreclosures. I had nine homes on my street. 6 of them had foreclosure signs. You know, so I mean, it was a rough period. But then, guess maybe a year or two passed, the 20 years was up. And all of a sudden, these people were selling their homes for $600,000-$700,000 when they had bought them for the top, I think, was 160. You know, and I was just pulling my hair out, and then Mr. Ramirez reminded me, well, they only had a 20-year, you know. But and time goes by really fast.
Yes.
It goes by really fast. We kind of have to appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Stewart. Before I recognize anyone else, I just want to say to the public commenters that the motion was that we request if we have questions that you answer, but obviously you don't have to. It's not mandatory, and you can leave at any time. So don't feel like you have to be here, but we appreciate you being here and accepting the motion in regards to asking questions of you if it does come. Thank you. Is there any other questions from the commission? I'll have a couple for staff. Right now, I have it written that my questions will go to Ms. Mallory, Ms. Davis, and Mr. Ramirez. I'm sure, Ms. Maureen, can I have your last name again, just in case?
My last name is Tamuri, Tamuri, and I apologize to the commission.
Okay.
I have a speech impediment, so you'll hear me squeak.
Okay.
I don't mind squeaking.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that, just in case. But my questions came from the comments of the first 3 people I mentioned. I forgot who it was, so if any of the staff members could answer, and also Ms. Tamuri also too is welcome. In regards to the affordable units being applied to the density units, what I semi-understand about the feedback loop, but can we not have a provision that says that you calculate it on the base unit plus on a formula on the affordable units? So using just rounding to 20%, if it's a base of 100 units, you do your 20% on that, and let's just say the density bonus is on another 20 units, so you have another 4 affordable units, which is 20% of the extra 20. Why can't we have that instead of having some type of feedback loop? If any staff member could answer. Yes, Ms. Tamurini. Tamuri, thank you. I apologize and thank you.
Not a problem. Now might be a good time for me to make my comments about SB 30, about density law, because it will allow me to answer your question in perhaps a different way. I 1,000%, you saw all of staff here nod their head when the speaker said, the big gorilla in the room is density law. It's gonna do all your work for you. And the reason for that is that the state has expanded benefits under that density law. So it used to be your maximum benefit was a 35% increase. Guess what? It's 50% now. If you reach certain thresholds, the state's base threshold is 10%, yields you a 20% density benefit. 10% yields you 20%. The next threshold is at 17%, which yields you 30.5% density bonus. So by adopting, let's say, proposal in front of you is to adopt a 15% inclusionary baseline. It doesn't change the calculation of what you're going to get as a density benefit. But if you move to 20%, you automatically get those two concessions, and you're 4% away from 50% concession. Okay? So think about that. Every project automatically under state law with a 20% inclusionary component comes in with 30% density bonus, right? Doesn't sound particularly awful if you're looking at little infill development, but there is currently a project in the pipeline right now, which is 900 units. 900 units. Think about that, potentially 30% bigger, taller, denser. And that can happen anywhere a housing project is proposed. So you have SB 30, which provides you all of this density benefit, and now you have the city's ordinance, which is basically an accelerant. It explodes the rapid progression of density growth on those projects. If you're up in that 50% range with a 24% baseline contribution of affordable, think about what that means. It's potentially, if you took it in height, another 33 feet, that's 3 stories. Think about Wagon Wheel with 3 more stories on top of it. Think about moving to other areas of the city where that explosive kind of density can occur. And that's not to scare you. It's to say that there is an unintended consequence because of state law in applying higher baseline affordability by the city. It's throwing gasoline into the fire. Now, it may be that the council is commission advocacy groups believe that that is a balanced trade-off. But if that 900-unit project comes in, and now we're up into over 1,200 units, that density will feel so disproportional to what this city is about that it's going to be an odd thumb like the two towers by the freeway. It'll feel different. And that could get amplified in areas where you don't really want it. You have a high-quality transit center in downtown. I am in love with your downtown. I've been here 7 weeks. It's spectacular. But it doesn't deserve a large, dense 6-unit housing complex. It would destroy character. So as urban planners, when I put on my urban planning hat, I've got to be worried and make sure that disclosure comes to you. Because if I am a developer looking to maximize my profit, that is one of the key areas that I'm going to look at. My recommendation would simply be that allow staff to bring you that information in a more comprehensive form before automatically writing it into your ordinance. May I add one other thing very quickly, please? Right now, under permit streamlining law, when a project is deemed complete, it freezes the code. You can't change the code through a council action and have it apply. You have a frozen point in time. SB 330, again, legislative action by the state, came along and said, we're going to do you one step better. If you provide a preliminary application even before you go through the entire process of developing your project commensurate with all the codes, we'll freeze the code immediately for you. We currently have 8 projects that have been submitted for preliminary reviews. That means even if you take action through the council, you can change the fact that those projects, which are housing projects, are only going to receive a baseline requirement of 10%. So there is some urgency to also weigh about moving the ordinance forward, because there's 3 months that projects are going to still come in until this ordinance goes into effect. We had one speaker who indicated that HCD will allow us 180 days to do a study or report if we're required to. And we believe we will be required to move that threshold up to 20%. In 180 days, we will probably see that 900-unit project move forward into one of those preliminary application stages. I would strongly encourage you, the best protection and the best immediate bang for your buck is to step in with a 15% requirement, get it in place, put a finger in the dam. You can come back, study during that period of time, get your disclosures on the 20% clarified. And at that point, come back and amend the ordinance if you feel it's the right thing to do. But the difference it could make to the character and feel of your city is a disclosure that I believe as a professional planner, architect, certified planner, you need to know.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the explanation in regards to the state consequences. I don't want to say consequences, the state actions or reactions in regards to a change in regards to making the affordable housing on the density units. So I appreciate that explanation because I don't think that was anywhere in, it was made in public comments and it was responded by staff, but that explanation in regards to the state, what could happen, I appreciate that. I know it's not an either or, but since staff has made the research, if you had to make a decision, would you rather have the 20% affordable housing or the density bonus, and it seems, or have the affordable housing put 15% put on the affordable housing? It seems that the explosion of density would be a lot more consequential if I put the affordable housing provisions onto the density bonus than if I increase from 10% to 20%. So if staff had to make a choice, what would be staff's choice? Thank you.
Your 20% amplifies basically triggers up the state law. So you don't have control of regulating down the state law allowances. That's the trick here.
Okay, you know, I'm gonna follow up in relation to that comment. I'm gonna direct Planning Commission's attention to page 4 of Ms. Barbara Macri Ortiz's letter dated April 4. So I believe it's a second one. Page 4, the second point, I feel that someone is not saying something, or there's not enough information in regards to, because she asserts that an inclusionary requirement greater than 15% of rental units would not trigger a requirement for the city to submit the ordinance for review along with an economic feasibility study. I know that, I believe it was Ms. Mallory who stated that the may is not correct. Ms. Barbara Macri Ortiz says the may is. At this point, I'm going to request a further detail or emphasizing your points in regards to why Ms. Macri Ortiz is incorrect in her assertion that it's not true.
I have a letter, yeah. So the requirement from AB 1505 has to do with the requirement going above 15% for rental units. And it makes reference to that if you don't meet the production requirement of at least 75% of your above moderate RENA, which during a 5-year planning window, then you have to submit it for, you have to do an economic feasibility study that then gets submitted to HCD. So here's the issue, right? It's a 5-year cycle. It's a 5-year window. Okay, we're in our 6th cycle, which started in 2021. The provision that we're comparing against is our 5th cycle, which is 2023 through 2021. And in our instance, the law doesn't, so it's that window of time. So when you go to the HCD website, because we keep track of this, you look at their dashboard, and it says, it's a really interesting and beautiful graphic. It says how you're doing in meeting your affordable percentages. This is very black and white. We don't produce it. I mean, we know it. It comes from our annual report that gets submitted to the state. So we have the document, and it shows that during that consecutive 5-year period, we have produced 43.3% of above mod units. It's clear as day from the HCD website, which means for rental units, for going with a 20% requirement for rental units, we have not met that 75% threshold, so we would have to submit the ordinance for evaluation for an economic analysis before HCD. That's the way the tracking works. We could show it if you'd like. We have a screen share of it, but that is not our math. It comes from our math, but it's from the HCD website.
Thank you, Ms. Mallory. I'm gonna acknowledge your comments, and I'm gonna go through deliberation in regards to my problems with that reply. I'm gonna move on to my next question. That there was a statement that said that 15% is what other communities have done in Ventura County. Are there what cities, if any, have done above 15%?
To give myself a moment, we did extensive analysis of this. Existing inclusionary requirements, it's attachment 3, if you look at that, and it lays out what is happening in other communities right now. So looking at attachment 3, Fillmore, 15%, with the breakdown there. Port Hueneme, 25%, low or mod, administrative in lieu fee option. Ventura, 15%, and it identifies the threshold. Santa Paula, 15%. Thousand Oaks, which is currently being updated. And may I also note the complexity of the economic analysis. The city of Thousand Oaks is updating their inclusionary ordinance, and they hired an economic firm, Kaiser Marston, very costly, 700 pages of documentation doing the economics of this very complex issue. Ventura, the county of Ventura, 10.5. And these are recent numbers. So, and right, San Luis Obispo, 10% as well. But I guess my caution is just by selecting a percentage, it is tied to economics. And I really appreciate the comments from the director, because it does, we are putting we are stepping, let's not lose track of 10 to 15% is a big jump. The threshold going from 10 down to 6 is a big jump. And we are in the meantime seeing applications come through. This is a first step. This is not the end step. And that's an important point to be made.
Thank you for that, Ms. Mallory. I think it was Mr. Ramirez. You stated that you met on a yearly basis with who in regards to, I want to say, affordable unit topics. Could you clarify who it was that you met with on a yearly basis?
Chair, Commission, what you may be speaking about is that we added a program into the housing element to meet on an annual basis with market rate builders, any affordable housing builders, anybody who has skin in the game on the production of housing. And the goal is to review, and it's a program in our housing element. There's requirements for that occurring and in multiple languages. And the goal is to have a dialogue, a constructive dialogue about how is it working, what's the feedback, and putting people together. We did the same thing when we met with the various developers to craft the ordinance for you. And one of the things that the developers were very clear on is they went through the economics saying this is problematic for us. They also, to a point that was made at the very beginning, and a question about writing in certain provisions into the ordinance on guaranteed percentages of profit, the developers said over and over again, they want certainty. They need certainty. That helps bring them to Oxnard. And it was important that I share that because that was something that is important to note. So
Thank you. And is it too many to state who are those market rate builders? Or, I mean, is it like a long list or is there just a few?
no, it's a long list that we did extensive. Our outreach went to 140 email addresses, market rate, and that's of affordable and market rate. And our list of market rate builders that we sent emails out to, at least 25 to 30.
Thank you for that. In regards to the equity share topic, right now in the ordinance is that there's a no sell before 20. Is there a reason why there wasn't an equity share before, or was there a state law that was changed to allow the possibility of equity share? And then a follow-up in regards to that is that with equity share, at least with a couple of public comments that I saw, is that some or all provisions would drop after the first resale. Is that correct? And if so, could we make it so that the provisions wouldn't drop in regard until the 45 years have elapsed?
So three questions. One is the historical on the current ordinance and why it didn't include equity share. That's the first one. I'm not sure if that was, and maybe Emilio or Ken or Joe, it may not have been thought of in the ordinance at the time, and or there could have been changes in state law, but I do defer to Ken on the law change. That's one. Okay, and then Emilio, did you want to respond on the other two items? If you remember.
The first question was about why they resell versus the equity share.
The other was the term.
Right. And then the second question was the 20 years of the resale.
Not exactly. I read that, and to my comprehension, that after the first resale, some or all provisions in regards to the restrictions on getting the appreciation or not gaining the subsidy are dropped. Is that true? And if so, can we amend or suggest that those provisions or none of the provisions are dropped until the 45 years have elapsed? Thank you.
I wouldn't characterize it as dropped. I would say that upon the first sale, the equity is shared. So they comply with the requirements of that agreement by paying, if you will, to the city the portion of the equity that is accumulated, so that the city can then reinvest those funds in alternative affordable housing. So it's not so much that they're dropped, just that they're complied with in the method of paying that share, that equity share. That's one thing. But that unit, having made that payment, having complied with that requirement for equity share, is no longer affordable. So the next buyer does not need to be a low-income buyer. And it probably wouldn't be because it transacts at market. So I don't know if that's responsive to your question.
It is. Then my follow-up still remains that can we make the provisions in the deed or whatever legal provision that we can do until the 45 years have elapsed?
I do think that we can craft our own type of agreement. I mean, we'd have to work to make sure that the agreement that we craft is legal and work with the city attorney's office. But for example, right now we have a resale restriction versus an equity share. So we don't have one that is consistent with the state density bonus law. We could envision a different type of an agreement, equity share or some other version of it, that could meet the objective that you're describing.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And my probably last question, if Ms. Barbara Macri Ortiz is still here, if you would make any comments in regards to what I stated on page 4, your letter dated April 4, any comments that you'd like to make to staff in regards to the point 2. Staff, after this, they'll be able to say anything further in regards to your comments as a last resort anyway. So if you would, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just before I get to that, I was involved in when they created the ordinance back in 1999. And we wanted the resale restriction because of the time. Where we made the big mistake was not realizing what a short period of time 20 years is. But the goal was always to have affordable housing, and particularly ownership. So that's why the deed restriction was so important in terms of the deliberations at that time. With respect to the question of what was on page 4, I think I could just bring you to the statute. Well, let's just look at what the statute says. And one thing I want to point out, that the statute clearly is limited to rental units. This has nothing to do with the for sale units. Okay, if you did 20% for sale, that wouldn't even apply with respect to HCD, regardless of what our totals were. But it says here that it says HCD, I'm looking at 65850.01A. It says, okay, HCD shall have the authority to review an ordinance adopted or amended by county or city that requires, as a condition of development of residential rental units, that more than 15% of the total number of units rented in a development be affordable and occupied by households at 80% or less. So that gives them the authority, okay? And the way they have authority is if either the city has failed to meet at least 75% of its share for above moderate income, prorated based on the length of time within the planning period pursuant to paragraph 1, over at least a 5-year period. Okay? So we're in year 2 of our housing element. They would still have to look at a period that was at least 5 years, and that's why I gave you all those statistics from other housing elements. And then it says, okay, the determination is made on the annual housing report, and if the department found that the jurisdiction has not submitted the annual report for at least 2 consecutive years. And then it goes in subdivision B, based on a finding pursuant to A, the department may request and the county or city shall provide. That's subdivision B, may. It's not mandatory. They can do it, but they don't have to. And then it says, and the county shall provide, evidence that the ordinance does not unduly constrain the production of housing by submitting. So then they can ask for it. And then the county would submit the study within 180 days. So it's not automatic. And it would be based on the department asking. And frankly, based on our history with HCD and all the issues with affordable housing as opposed to above moderate income housing, I don't think we would be one of the jurisdictions targeted by HCD. So that's where I get it. It's may, and then if they say they want to see something, then you do your economic study. Okay, so it's not something out the door we got to worry about. And again, if you do 20% for sale, doesn't apply at all, okay? So those are important to understand. And just short response to the person that was, she's new, I don't know her yet in terms of her name, but the bottom line is a state law is state law. Okay, and so yes, SB 330 is the law, which means that if there's a preliminary application, it's locked in. If we don't have our ordinance done and somebody files an application, a prelim, then they wouldn't be subject to the new ordinance. Okay, that's the law. In terms of this 900 units or however many there are, it's got absolutely nothing to do with what you're dealing with here. And to get that 900 units, they're probably going to have to kick up the affordability numbers fairly decent. And their affordability unit numbers may actually be higher than what we're even deliberating. Okay, so I mean, don't get scared by that, because the law is the law is the law. You can't change that. But that law is not going to impact what you're doing, other than we should get this show on the road so we can lock it in, whatever you end up agreeing to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. That's all my questions for the time being. Is there any other questions from the commission at this time? Seeing and hearing none, like I stated before, we'll go into public comment for those that have not yet spoken. Madam Secretary, have any come in person or on Zoom to make public comment?
No.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. We'll close this hearing to public comment. Are there any closing remarks from staff?
None from me. Mr. Ramirez?
None from me. Thank you.
Ms. Davis? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mallory. With no closing remarks, we'll move on to deliberation. Commissioner Nash.
Thank you. I guess I'll go first because when it comes time to make a motion, and I would like to make the motion, I have 3 or 4 items. And, you know, we need to keep in mind that whatever we suggest tonight will go before the city council. So I think it's okay for us to raise the bar a little bit. The goal is to build affordable housing. That's what the inclusionary ordinance is all about. So I would certainly increase the percentage to 20% on for sale units. The rental units that stays at it goes to the 15%, to the proposed 15%. The for sale breaks down to 10% moderate, 10% low, rental 10% very low, 5% low. I would also highly recommend that we provide a military reassignment exclusion on for sale units so that they are not penalized for serving the country. I think that's so extremely important for an area like Oxnard, which has always supported its military. I don't know how exactly the wording should be, but I think the dwelling units shall include the density bonus units also in figuring how many affordable units there should be. That just seems to me like a common sense way to handle it. I don't think we should go with the equity share. I think we should go with the resale restriction. And those are really my primary goals. And I would like to when the time comes, I would like to make the motion to include those. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Nash.
And I do want to thank staff, and I do want to thank the public for sticking with us. I'm almost scared to say that I'm starting to get a glimmer of understanding of this and how the pieces fit together. The state laws are still very perplexing, but I think I understand what we need to do and what we should do here in Oxnard. So I appreciate everybody's forbearance. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Nash. Any other members? Commissioner Chavez.
Thank you, Chair. So I want to thank staff for all their hard work on this because it's not an easy task. Even getting a crash course of it right now definitely isn't an easy task. I appreciate the public for providing their comments and answering some of our questions. One of the comments that Commissioner Nash made earlier when the presentation was about generational poverty. And I could have sworn he was like in my car listening to me because I was just saying that as I was driving over here about ending the whole generational poverty. And the need that we have, especially here in the city of Oxnard, and it ties in with something that I've been saying for years, and it ties into something that Ms. Macri-Ortiz mentioned about housing our current residents as opposed to having new residents come in and then pushing out our current residents that they have nowhere to go. We all know that Oxnard is one of the cities that is, we have the beach, we have great weather, but it is extremely expensive to live here. And I feel staff is aware of that, and staff tries to do their best in order to put forth suggestions or recommendations that is almost like a slam dunk. The 15%, when I look at it, 15, 20%, I think, well, it's only 5%. Can 5% really be the deal breaker? I agree with Director Ramirez about the increasing of the 20 years to 45 years. I prefer more of the restrictive resale versus the equity, only because I do fear that somebody, not knowing if anyone actually does this, but do fear somebody purchasing an affordable housing unit, a year or two down the road, or 5 years, decides to sell it, and then moves to another state because they can get a house that's probably 10 times bigger than what they got here. And now we just lost that one affordable housing unit. I don't believe we would be able to capture a large sum of money to be able to put out those affordable housing units if we're on that equity. But then at the same time, there's pros and cons on both sides, though. And Director Ramirez made those points. When I think of the generational poverty and how it is absolutely needed to break it in this community, I think of my grandmother who struggled, who was fortunate enough to be on Section 8, but even Section 8 started getting expensive. My mother, a single mother, struggling. Me in my early adult years, struggling. But I'm fortunate now to be able to have a job and a home, but not too many of us in this community has that opportunity. I believe that a 20% inclusionary rate is reasonable. I would prefer that when we look at that 20%, that 10% is capped for moderate, and that 10% will be available for anything between low to very low income units. I understand the concerns, and I'm not even going to try to say your last name, Director. I will just butcher it so much. But I understand the concerns and the new laws that are coming out from the state. And let's be honest, the state does not take in consideration cities and their stances on anything. They make everything a lot harder. And I'm learning that every single day since I've been on this commission, that the state is not our friend. But at the same time, one of your comments in regards to the culture and what our community is resonates with me, because that is something that us as Oxnardians do take pride in is our community, our culture, our families, but we also want to be able to help each other at the same time. And that's why I believe the 20% is reasonable. And I agree with Commissioner Nash. I'd rather shoot high and have the city council shoot us down versus, well, we could have went high, but we just settled. And then another city comes and does 20% locally. Those are my comments. And again, I appreciate staff and all their hard work. I appreciate the public. But I would like to see a 20% rate as well as a 45 years on a restrictive resale. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Chavez.
Chair, can I just get a point of clarification from Commissioner Chavez?
Yes, I'll allow that if it's just on that point for right now. Yes, continue, Commissioner Nash.
When you say 20%, is that for both rental and for sale? Okay, thank you.
I wasn't thinking of the rental. I was just thinking of the resale.
Thank you for the clarification.
And Commissioner Nash, you still have available another round of deliberation if you'd like, so that point won't count. Are there any other members who'd like to deliberate at this time? So I will say that really thank you so much to staff. There was a lot of research, and I really appreciate answering of a lot of my questions already beforehand. I didn't have to ask most of them, and so that further clarified my thoughts to cut down at least the question time during this meeting. You know, coming into this, just since it's public record that you could see that I was asking about just the share of the 15% to possibly make it equal at 5% very low, 5% low, and 5% moderate for both rental and for sale. But at this time, I'm swayed by the opinions that have just been stated by Commissioner Nash and Commissioner Chavez to go for 20%, especially since my default was to actually apply a 15% affordable to the bonus or the density units. But given it appears in regards to the state consequences that might, it was quote, explode the density to a degree that we may not want, I believe that 20% is even at the low end of what we should do. And I would suggest, or I would also copy the 10% very low, 10% low for rental, and 10% low, 10% moderate for sale. In regards to the equity share, it appears that I might be in the minority in regards to preferring this. I believe that anyone who's able to get into this should be able to appreciate or get some of the appreciation from the House minus the subsidy from the city. I might want to propose as heads up to maybe even add a no resale to the equity share so they wouldn't be able to sell for 20 years and or be an equity share for the 45 years. So I'll leave that up when amendments come up if we would like. In regards to the military exclusion, I know that has been commented, like if we allow for military, should we not allow for other? We'll see what happens. Although for this area, we have 3 military bases here. We account for them in our housing element. The housing on base is being decreased, at least from my recollection or from my knowledge, at least to 1 or all 3 of the bases that are currently in Ventura County. And so they're looking at the cities closest by, Port Hueneme, Oxnard, and Camarillo are those. And once they set roots and they know they're able to live here, they'll stay here forever. And I'll use my own example of my family going around the world and around the country. They liked it here so much that they came back because they were able to share in a for sale house. They were able to share it at that time in the 1970s. Now we're not allowing that, or they're not even able to get their foot in the door. And we talk a lot about a community and culture, and I think it would behoove us to make sure that those who stay longer in our community are probably more likely to invest and further grow it. So I think that that covers any areas that the city would like to have in regards to having a more permanent community that's more invested in our community to do better for our community. Are there any other deliberation at this time? Commissioner Chavez, I'll take that as a point of information at this time.
Yes, sorry, Jared. Ms. Mallory, question, if we decide tonight 20%, would that cover both the rental and the resale, or does that cover one or the other?
Chair, Commissioners, in your recommendation to City Council, you should clarify that motion. And also, if you're proposing any difference in the breakdown between that percentage for sale or for rent, you should specify that as well.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mallory. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Chavez. Commissioner Nash.
Thank you, Chair. On the 20-year to 45-year, that's already included in the inclusionary housing ordinance that's being proposed?
That is correct, right? In terms of, no, excuse me, that the term of restriction for affordable rental units currently is at 20, and we're recommending that that go to 55. And then in terms of units that are under resale restriction with equity share, currently 20 years, we're recommending that align with 45 years.
Okay, so that's not something that we would have to specifically include in our motion.
Right now that is currently written into the ordinance in those years, those timeframes.
Okay, just to get some clarification, I think we're all agreed, well, some of us are, on the for sale percentages, 10% moderate, 10% low. I'm still wrestling with the rental percentages, and I would like to have some clarification on that from my other commissioners. Right now I have it as 10% very low, 5% low, but I'm open to any modification of that breakdown, so I'd like to hear.
And Chair and Commissioners, it would also be very helpful just in terms of each of the motions, each of the recommended changes to the ordinance to City Council, if the action could be a clarity, a vote, or Ken, why don't you help me here? Clear direction on each of the changes. Thus far, I'm hearing there are about 4 recommended changes. So one by one would be what we would recommend so that we understand.
I mean, there's an option if one commissioner wants to make a motion that outlines what his or her approach is, and there's a second, then it could be voted on, or as Ms. Mallory indicated, if you want to determine if there's a consensus on each item that we're talking about, that's another option, and then there would be one motion that incorporated the consensus items.
Thank you, Ms. Roselle. I'm going to have you pause, Commissioner Nash. I believe that you're trying to get a little bit of a conversation with the commission. Can I assume that's your intent in regards to seeing, because you want to put the amendments rolled up into your main motion?
Well, I would like the original motion to be as clear as possible. So there's still a little confusion to me on how the rental, the 15% rental breakdown should be. Should it be 10% very low, 5% low, or should it be some other breakdown? So right now I'm not making a motion. I just want some clarification.
Acknowledge. I'll have a response to that to possibly help you. I'll go first to Commissioner Chavez.
Chair, at this time, in order to make sure that we're all on the same page and that we're able to craft a motion, I would move that we suspend the rules so that we can engage into a dialogue so that we're able to craft a motion that we can provide to staff.
Thank you, Commissioner Chavez. I'm going to do you one better. I'm going to request, if there's no objection, that we go into committee of the whole. That will suspend our deliberative restrictions on speaking twice. And so I will serve as chair, but we can have more of a conversation at that time. We'll craft by consensus or whatever that we want. And I will leave it to Commissioner Nash to make the final motion. If you could please state by point the differences within, but we'll make that as part of the main motion. So I'm asking this if there is no objection. If there is, I'm going to go into a vote, and it will take a majority vote. Is there any point of information at this time from the Planning Commission? Seeing none, Madam Secretary, at this point, I'm going to have you note that the Planning Commission went into the Committee of the Whole, that you not take any notes in regards to this for the actual, and until we come out of the Committee of the Whole, that's when we'll record the minutes, unless legal priorities dictate that you should still take notes in Committee of the Whole. So right now, because there's no objection, we're going to go in the Committee of the Whole. We can converse a little bit more informally, and Commissioner Nash, as still leading the Planning Commission, but I'm going to have you lead this conversation instead of this deliberation. Thank you. Commissioner Nash, you can ask any and all questions, and we can have a back and forth. I'm going to give you leeway into picking and choosing who would like to answer, and we can go back and forth on that. Thank you.
Okay, well, I'll just ask each commissioner individually how they want the 15% rental inclusionary breakdown to be. And right now, my proposal is 10% very low, 5% low. So if there's Commissioner Chavez, what would your breakdown be?
I wasn't aware that we do a breakdown for rentals. I thought it was just for resales.
And I apologize for that. So
unless I missed something.
Do we go into a recess now, or do you need a motion for that?
I think at this time, it sounds like a question by Commissioner Nash of staff might be in order, or Commissioner Chavez in regards to that. My assumption is that there was the breakdown. I'm not sure if you want to keep it at the 15%, but I do have some suggestions, assuming we can agree on the 20%. I'll give it back to you, Commissioner Nash.
Well, the 15% he's asking in regards to the rental.
Yes.
And majority of us were talking about 20% for resale, which is different. And according to Ms. Mallory, we do have the option of having two different percentages. We can have a 15% for rental and a 20% for resale.
Correct. And what would your breakdown be for each?
I mean, I would just keep it conservative and do 5-5-5 for each of the categories if we have to do one for a rental.
So for the rental, it would be 5% very low, 5% low,
and 5% mod.
Okay. And my intention is to increase the for sale percentage to 20%, and the breakdown of 10% would be low and 10% would be moderate.
That's the way I was looking at it, that the 10% would be mod and then 10% for low to very low, so that it can break up either way. That's my intent.
You would call that 10% low and very low. You would combine the two categories. Okay. Very good. Commissioner Stewart, what is your feeling?
I concur.
Very good. Not a- Okay, concur? Okay.
Yeah.
Chair?
Yeah, I go for the 20%, rental 10% very low, 10% low, and then the for sale, 10% low, 10% mod. But it appears that as of this time, there's a majority, at least in regards to Commissioner Chavez's. I might make a motion to amend, but I'll leave it to you to fold that into your main motion. Thank you.
And you're okay with a majority breakdown of the rental?
I can tell you informally, as of right now, that I would probably vote in favor of that. I probably will still make an amendment in regards to getting to the 20% of both with the breakdown like I stated. But it's up to you to fold into your main motion.
Okay, and I appreciate that. Chair, so should I go ahead and make my motion now?
If you feel that the purpose of this committee of the whole has already been met, if there's no objection, Commissioner Nash, do you believe the committee of the whole has achieved its purpose for this time?
Through the chair.
Thank you.
I apologize if I may. Commissioner Nash had outlined multiple issues, so would it be helpful if the committee of a whole also addressed the military relocation exception, and if it's going to be a resale restriction or an equity sharing? Those are two other issues that would be helpful to flesh out if that's the commission's desire to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Rozelle, for that. Commissioner Nash, I'll give deference to you in regards to if we should go through other provisions in this committee of the whole to converse, or if you'd like to go out of the committee of the whole and we'll do amendments as the commission pleases.
So, Chair, would you like me to deliberate or to make a motion?
At this time, would you like to go through the other positions, equity share, or to drop the equity share and just go to a no resale, or the military exclusion? Would you like to go in the
Certainly.
formal?
So
Okay.
I'll start with what we just discussed on the inclusionary percentages on the rental. Stick with a proposed increase to 15%, broken down.
Hold on, Commissioner Nash. I don't know if you understood what the chair was saying. So we're still in the committee as a whole, and this is just for us to continue those discussions. So you have brought up the military thing, an exemption, and it was put forth for us to have that discussion if we want to see something like that, or...
Yes, thank you for that. Yes, I support the military reassignment exclusion on the for sale affordable units. That in the case of a military homeowner getting reassigned out of the area, that they could sub-rent their unit to a person who qualifies to rent that unit as an affordable unit. I think that's as clear as I can make it.
I'll just say that I support the military and everything that they do. You know, they sacrifice a lot. They sacrifice time with their family, as well as even paying the ultimate sacrifice. But I feel that if we only put it for the military, one can make arguments for other professions. Director Ramirez mentioned someone in the Peace Corps. What if you have a traveling nurse? What if you have, you know, doctors that have to go, you know. I just feel like it's unraveling the thread when we start saying this, but not this. Again, I support our military, but at the same time, I feel that we're putting a restriction and giving preferential treatment to one profession versus another that could easily fall into that category of being relocated somewhere else. That's where I'm standing on that right now.
Thank you for that. I don't really want to get caught up in going over, all of the possible professions that are subject to reassignment and relocation. But I would say that the city council can include other classes as they deem fit. In our suggestion to support the military in this would just be a starting point. If they want to carry it further, that would certainly be their prerogative. And I don't know if that would satisfy your concerns, but I don't want to, get to the point where we're saying, well, traveling nurses or.
I'm wondering that if we should make that more of an administrative case-by-case decision versus crafting it in an ordinance or a policy. Because every case is unique, but if we allow it to be more administrative, and that means more work for Director Ramirez. But I mean, but I think that's probably a good middle ground versus us saying this or that.
So the exclusion allowance would be administratively approved by
The housing
director?
That's the way I think that it should be.
Okay.
And because it'll be by case. But I don't know if we have to set certain guidelines or standards as to what could qualify or not. But I mean, Director Ramirez has been doing housing for such a long time that I think he has good sound judgment of what could qualify and what doesn't.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it in the ordinance at this time, but I didn't realize, or I didn't foresee one that administrative or somewhere along that lines. At least we can punt it to council in regards that the general guidelines that Commissioner Chavez said, and they can always further detail it if they choose to go with it. I think that's best because I don't think there's going to be, it doesn't appear that there's going to be consensus on putting into the ordinance military exclusion.
Mr. Rizal, is this a workable solution?
No. It's not, unfortunately. There would have to be some administrative standards. Staff should not have that level of discretion. So there would need to be specific outlines. And it's not to question any staff member, but you don't want to give staff unfettered discretion. So there would need to be very specific guidelines of when the leasing of a affordable unit could occur, under what circumstances, versus giving that kind of discretion.
Could we include a suggestion that the city council explore the possibility of providing a military exclusion?
Absolutely. I mean, your original parameters included that as one of the four different items. So it's up to the committee of the whole to determine if there is three individuals that support that.
Okay. Is that okay?
I mean, I'm fine with that. I figure that probably would end up occurring if we try to say administrative. I'm sure there was going to be guidelines that need to be followed, but I'm okay with just recommending that city council explores the option.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. And then moving on to the next item would be in figuring the number of affordable units that you have the base dwelling units, including the density bonus units.
I also had questions on that. I think based on the comments from staff. At this time, I wouldn't put affordable unit provisions on the density bonus units.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't put anything in there right now.
You agree with them? Okay. How dare you?
Thanks. If we're not forgetting, we're planning to go to the equity share and no resale decision right now.
Pardon?
The equity share, are we going to leave it as it is in the ordinance right now, or did?
No, I would also, as I think that would probably be my final point, to have resale restrictions instead of equity share.
At this time in committee, I'm going to be opposed to that, but look at the other two if you can get a majority. Thanks.
Okay.
I would prefer the restrictive.
I think that covers everything.
No comment, Vincent? No comment?
Chair, Commissioners, can we ask one point of clarification on the first item regarding the for sale distribution? We understand that the discussion was to take that from 15% to 20% for sale units, of which 10% would be for moderate income, and then the other 10% would be for low income. Is that correct?
Low and very low, I believe, was a
Okay,
final.
so low and very low, which is which is different. Right, exactly. We'll use the word lower then. That's how we've used it consistently. That's the point of clarification.
What is the wording you would use?
Lower, it means it's inclusive of very low and low.
Oh. See, that's why we have you, Barbara.
Well, and it's written, the entire housing element is written in that way along with the ordinance. So that's why we wanted to make sure we understood the reference to the word lower is inclusive of very low and low. So thank you for that clarification. That's the only item I had.
Thank you, Ms. Mallory.
Thank you, Ms. Mallory. Commissioner Nash, do you feel that the purposes of the Committee of the Whole have been met? And if so, we'll end this Committee of the Whole and go back into our formal meeting.
I believe we're at two amendments, if you will, so.
Okay, thanks. And just a request, because staff asked it, it's just after making the main motion, I assume that you're going to clearly lay out the two amendments, but rolled up into the main motion. Okay, thank you very much. If there's no objection, the Committee of the Whole will end. We'll go back into our formal meeting. Madam Secretary, you can make your minutes as needed at this time. As of right now, by my count, Commissioner Nash, myself, and Commissioner Chavez have made comments. Are there any other deliberation from Commissioner Zilsdorf or Vice Chair Stewart at this time?
None.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
None.
And thank you, Commissioner Zilsdorf. Anyone else or everyone again on Planning Commission? Is there any other further deliberation at this point? Commissioner Nash.
Thank you. So I would like to make a motion that the Planning Commission review and provide comment on the proposed amendments and adopt Resolution 2023-XX with the following additions. And one, that the for sale inclusionary housing will be increased to 20%, and that breaks down to 10% moderate and 10% lower, and that the rental will be bumped up to 15%, with a breakdown of 5% very low, 5% low, and 5% moderate. in that we recommend moving to resale restriction instead of equity share. And I believe that that covers everything we talked about, Chair. And I appreciate the Commission's efforts and support in this matter.
Through
That's
the chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Ness. Ms. Rozelle, I assume it's going to be clarifying questions on the motion. Thank you. Ms. Rozelle.
Yes, was there a desire to also include the military reassignment? Or has that issue dropped? I just wanted to make sure that there was.
Right, yeah, I want to make that recommendation to the city council that they investigate that possibility. And thank you for reminding me. I remembered after I made the motion, but, you know. Better late than never. And
Thank
it's
you,
getting
Mr.
late. By the way, did we have to extend our time? Because we're past 10 o'clock, and I was just wondering. It's 11 o'clock, okay. I don't know, my bedtime is 9 o'clock, so.
Thank you, Ms. Rozelle, for listening, even though you were not actually parliamentary required to do so. Appreciate it for reminding Commissioner Nash in regards to the motion. It has been moved by Commissioner Nash to adopt Resolution 2023-XX recommending that the City Council repeal ordinance numbers 2506, 2545, 2615, 2688, 2721, and 2980, and approve zoning text amendments to Chapter 16 of the OCC to require affordable housing in future residential development applications of a specific size, including the amendments to increase the for sale affordable housing from 10 to 20%, with the 20% being split to 10% moderate and 10% lower, to increase the rental from 10 to 15%, with a split of 5% very low, 5% low, 5% moderate, to keep the resale instead of, to keep the resale instead of the equity share that was proposed by staff, and 4, to recommend to council to investigate the military exclusion in regards to the for sale. Thank you. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Vice Chair Stewart seconds. Is there any further deliberation at this time? I will propose an amendment. It was previewed during the Committee of the Whole. I move to increase the rental provisions from 10 to 20%, and make the split 10% very low and 10% low. Is there a second? Since there's, Commissioner Nash.
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Nash. Is there any deliberation at this time? I believe that the 20% is just good to have, and we don't need to have the 5% moderate as proposed right now in the main motion. I urge Planning Commission to approve the amendment to amend the rental instead of 15% to 20% and make it 10% very low, 10% low. Is there any further deliberation? Seeing and hearing none, Madam Secretary, can we have the roll call, please?
I just want to clarify, I'm
Yep.
going to do this for the last motion that you made or the first one that was made by Nash?
The amendment only in regards to making it 20% instead of 15% and changing the provisions to 10% very low and 10% low. So this is just a vote on the amendment.
Okay, is this the one that was proposed by you, by Nash?
Correct.
By you?
Yes,
Okay.
correct, Madam Secretary, and seconded by Commissioner Nash.
Just as a clarification, Chair, this only covers the rental
Correct.
portion of inclusionary
Yeah,
housing.
so that's just my amendment, just on that portion. Thank you. If there are no further points of, Commissioner Chavez. Oh, you're waiting for the vote.
Waiting for the vote.
Okay, thank you. Madam Secretary.
Okay. Chair Arejo,
Aye.
Commissioner Nash,
Aye.
Commissioner Sealstor,
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez,
No.
Vice Chair Stewart,
No.
motion passes.
Thank you. We'll go back to the amended motion. I'm going to dispense with the rest, but now it includes the amended motion with the rental at 20% and 10% very low and 10% low. Is there any deliberation on the amended motion before us? Commissioner Nash? Thank you. Vice Chair Stewart? No, you turned it on. Okay. Commissioner Chavez?
I call the question.
Okay. I think, okay, the question has been called. I see if there's no objection, we'll close the debate and we'll go directly into the vote. Madam Secretary, can we please have a roll call?
Commissioner Nash?
Aye.
Vice Chair Stewart?
Aye.
Commissioner Seelsdorf?
Aye.
Commissioner Chavez?
Aye.
Chair Arejo?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. It seems like every meeting, I kindly, I'm grateful that you're accepting new parliamentary motions to learn about. And so we'll go on to our next item. Great. Item G, study session reports. None being listed, we'll go to Planning Commission business. Commissioner Nash.
Thank you. I was sworn in today, and I appreciate the solemnness of the occasion, and I'm honored to serve on this distinguished body. So thank you to my fellow commissioners and lady commissioner. Thank you so much for this opportunity to serve yet once again.
Thank you, Commissioner Nash. Thank you for letting us know, and congratulations. Commissioner Chavez.
I was sworn in too today. Yeah. I just want to say thank you to staff for all they do throughout the day, keeping our city going, and to our members of the public for their participation. Thank you to my fellow colleagues for carving out time out of their days. And, stay safe this holiday weekend, and happy Easter. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Chavez, and thank you and congratulations to you as well. Any other business from the Planning Commission? Seeing and hearing none, we'll go to Community Development Staff updates. I'll start with Mr. Pearson. Mr. Pearson.
Commissioners, only one update. There's a Oxnard Beach Town Hall scheduled for Monday, April 24th, 2023 at 6 p.m. or from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the South Oxnard Center at 300 East Bard to discuss the Ormond Beach Restoration and Public Access Project. And there is a virtual option available that can be accessed, or the information to access that meeting is on the city's website. So just wanted to put that information out there. And with that, staff has no additional updates.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. I did have a question. I did ask this in an email, but I think the Planning Commission should know. Can you please update us in regards to the U-Haul project coming before the City Council? It did come before us 3-4 times, and I'll note to the Planning Commission that I was a little saddened, might be too big, but that the what was passed by the Planning Commission, and then there was a staffing recommendation opposite of that. If you could just detail a little bit about that. Thank you.
So yes, Chair Rejo. So yes, the U-Haul project did come before the Planning Commission. At that time, the staff did not have a recommendation. There was previous communications between staff and the applicant team regarding staff not presenting a recommendation or agreeing not to present a recommendation to the Planning Commission. This is further outlined in the staff report for City Council. But as a result of that, again, staff did not present a recommendation. However, follow-up conversations between city staff and looking at the ongoing operations out there, which again, as I noted in the staff report, the existing operation is currently not permitted. They've been operating without permits for a couple of years now. And so given those issues as well as other concerns, we felt that it was important for transparency purposes for staff to include the recommendation in the city council report. However, again, the planning commission's recommendation is the option 1 before the city council.
Thank you for that. Does that mean that it's definitely not coming back to the planning commission in any shape or form, or it's already left us and it will never come back to us? That's what I'm asking.
So the city council would be the decision maker on that project. So at this point in time, it is unlikely that the project would come back unless it came back as a different project. But city council would need to take action on the project that is going before them.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other, Ms. Roselle?
Nothing at this time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If there's no questions from Planning Commission of staff, I will move to the adjournment. If there's no objection to adjourning, we'll adjourn until our next meeting, which I assume will be April 20, unless we receive notification that it's canceled. Thank you very much. Good night, and see you all next time. Bye-bye.